Meowdy, konnichiwa, krola, kroloha, hello, hello. Man, I have been brain rotting about this game so badly. Hello. Oh, well, time to just make a multi-twitch, I guess. Oh no. Let's go. Yeah, we're at the last case, and oh, I was not expecting it to be the last case. Oh boy. Let's go! And theoretically, I'm technically early-ish if you pretend that my Friday start time isn't earlier than my usual start time. Technically. What is being on time, really? You know? But yeah, the last case, surely the last case. It actually is. There's no escape. It has to be the last case now. And I am one whole concerned for Kazuma. Oh boy. Guy's on his freaking villain arc. On the other hand, yeah, no, I guess just jump right into it. I think other thoughts that I had, because I've been thinking about this game a lot, like, Iris's dad is now up in the air again, right? The caution bar really high now that they I'm just thinking, I've got two options for who Iris's dad could be, because it has to be related to the professor case, you know? And I am pulling out my red string and corkboard again. But my two guesses are either Gregson or Clint Van Zieks. Those are my two options for who Iris's dad could be. Because it has to be related, and those are the most dramatic options. Can I just prosecute people based on that, or like defend people based on that? Oh, you're the murderer because it's the most funny option. I'm sure that'll work. She might be? I don't know. Maybe that's why she's a doctor at 10. No, I feel like if her dad was Japanese, they would have pointed it out at this point because of the racism. they definitely would have pointed it out at some point. But because that's not the case, and she was born 10 years ago, as was everything happened 10 years ago, I would say that those are the only two options left, right? At least I think so. It can't be Barak. He's too alone and he was too young. Maybe? I don't know. I think that I think that Britain at this point is too racist to consider otherwise. They would definitely point it out. Ballerina was not. The ballerina was like 5 or something. I think she was also a teenager when we met her, so really, really small. And Hosanaka, being Japanese. Why are they not back? It's okay. We are hoarding evidence in Hosanaga's memory. Like, we are just taking evidence. We took a whole, like, what do they call it? They call it the bird cage or whatever. But, like, we just took a whole, like, structure that was, like, I don't know, like 7, 8 feet tall, put it in our pocket, just ran off with it. It's fine. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe it would be Clint Van Zieks or Gregson. Of the two options, I don't... This feels so mean to say. I feel like Clint Van Zieks probably makes more sense only because I don't really see Gregson. I don't know. Wifeless behavior. Anyway, so let's keep going. That's a terrible thing to say about someone who's dead. Oh man. Hey, look, it's the final chapter. Fishless behavior. Exactly. He didn't eat it all. It rotted, apparently. Apparently we have... Oh, is this a different starting song? It's more dramatic. Oh boy. So, the time's finally come. Today, we unravel everything. Or we could just push it again for another day, I don't know. I'll be counting on your support more than ever today, Miss Susato. Do I have your support, Miss Susato? Miss Susato? Oh, why? What did we do? Oh no, what's the matter, Mr. Naruhodo? The concussion. Nothing. I was just saying that I'll be relying on your support today, but,
I'm so sorry. Of course, I know I can be rather incompetent at times, but
No, you've been hard carrying us.
I shan't let you down.
Well, let's metaphorically. You physically let us down. Quite, harshly. Would you mind helping me to my feet then?
Oh dear, I'm really very sorry.
Oh, she shan't. Shan't is a fun word. Susato-san isn't her usual self at all. Well, but that's hardly surprising, I suppose. She's just found out that her father is the partner of a world-famous detective. Not to mention, she thinks that he cheated on her mom. Yeah!
Good morning, sir.
Huh? Oh, hi! Lord Van Zeeks, you are still as tall as ever. Thank you for all your efforts yesterday. Did I hear that correctly? What? Oh, no, nothing, just, I hope we can clear things up today. I really can't make this man out. His face says, I hate you, but his words are almost jovial today. He's just got resting bitch face, you know? In fact, he hasn't been very Reaper-like at all since this all began yesterday,
Lord Van Zeeks isn't the Reaper, Mr. Naruhodo.
Good point. The Reaper. Well, I suppose in hindsight, I shouldn't have allowed that misconception to go unchallenged. Huh? It was my tacit acceptance of that pseudonym. My failure to stop the Reaper becoming something more than a mere legend that led to all this.
But you're not to blame for that, Lord Van Zeeks.
It's only because serious crime in the capital dropped off so sharply when the public started calling you that. That's why you didn't say anything, isn't it? We just need to remind everybody. To be frank, I'm not sure that was the sole reason. What do you mean? There was a rumor at the time that the Reaper was really the ghost of my late brother.
Oh.
That, having been slain by that evil killer, Clint's restless spirit returned as some sort of demigod, to wield the deadly blade of justice where I, by dint of the law, could not. Yes, we've heard that story too. It's a good thing ghosts aren't real in this universe! Definitely not real. Not ever. The spirit mediums aren't here yet, don't worry about it. When I lost him, I felt as though I'd lost my guiding light. I didn't know where to go or what to do. And so, in some small way, I wonder if perhaps those rumors made me feel his absence a little less keenly. Oh, buddy. Even if I knew it was just an illusion, just some nonsense conjured up by an over-imaginative public.
He was obviously extremely important to you. Lord Clint Van Zeeks.
He lost his guiding antennas. That would make finding a signal very difficult. Well, what's important now is uncovering the truth. That's all that matters. I know that you didn't take anyone's life. And I intend to prove that beyond a shadow of a doubt in court today. I never thought I'd say this, but I can see it in your eyes. That burning desire to cut through all the lies and deception. Can't deny it any longer. You are a lawyer of absolute integrity. Well, he finally said it outright. Thank you. Now tell me, why do I detect the scent of expensive tea leaves in the air? I'm sorry, I'm just drinking tea, dude. It's good tea. Oh. Oh, Iris, when did you get here? Isn't this a close trial?
Oh! I brought you one of my special blends. Hurley loves it. He says it helps him to clear his head.
I thank you.
Oh!
That's surely the first and last time I'll ever see a sight like this. Are you sure about that? You seem different today, Iris.
Oh?
Sort of, subdued, I suppose.
I am not!
What happened yesterday is obviously still playing on her mind a lot. She's clearly very troubled about having stolen that autopsy report from Dr. Side's laboratory.
Alright then. Good luck to you both. I have to make a move now.
Bang!
I have to make a move now.
Oh, you're not staying? I don't think she's allowed to stay. I thought you'd want to watch today's... I thought you wouldn't be allowed to! You'd want to watch today's proceedings.
Well, I'd like to cheer you on, obviously. But I've got lots to get ready.
Get ready for what?
Oh, yes. Would you take this?
Isn't that one of the little felt dolls that's usually dangling from your knapsack? Isn't this supposed to be Sholmes? And then the other one is you? Why are you giving me this? Yeah, but Mikotoba had like special permission because he was like visiting for the symposium and he kind of badgered them into letting him attend or something.
Yes, it's a lucky charm. A little Hurley that I made once.
Oh, it's so cute. Hurley? Looks more like a Hairly to me.
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears as hard as you possibly can.
Did you hide an explosive in there or something? What, pull his ears?
That's right. It's a way to bring good luck. I think you might need it.
She's hiding something. What's in there? Is it like a tiny gun? A tiny explosive? We need to do that right now.
You think what we'll need is luck? I just need to peek inside the courtroom. And it seemed very different to normal.
Yes, it would seem that a certain someone has decided to pull out all the stops. What does that mean? Kazuma, what did you do? Also, you're right. Hold on. We have so much evidence, actually. Does Sasata just stop me?
What a charming little rabbity version of Mr. Sholmes. Do you suppose this is how Iris sees him? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Your eyes are veritably boring into the poor doll's ears.
Oh, sorry, I was just wondering. What do you suppose would happen if I were to tug his ears with all my might right now?
I'm sure that we'll find out when the time is right.
She just confiscates it.
To become a proper gentleman, you must really learn stoic patience.
But I want to know. So, yep, not allowed. I'm not surprised. Oh, it's so cute. It has little decals and stuff. Let's be real. To be a proper gentleman, Sholmes doesn't have the patience either. Actually, no, I'm lying. He has waited like 10 years to get this case out, so never mind.
What about Mr. Sholmes, Iris? I don't know. He was out all night and he hadn't come home by the time I left this morning. Oh, I see.
Was Professor Mikotoba out all night too, do you think, Mrs. Sato?
Yes, it would seem so. I telegrammed the hotel this morning. And apparently, they didn't come back to their rooms last night at all.
They're just passed out in an alleyway somewhere. They.
Father and Judge Jigoku, I mean.
Yeah, Sholmes is just hoarding all the brain cells and all of the patients. Just, it's under his hat. Judge Jigoku too,
That's right. Nobody appears to have seen either of them since yesterday.
Counsel for the defense of the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Please make your way inside the courtroom at once.
Hello. Good luck then, Runo. Good luck, Susie.
Yes. Thanks, Iris.
And you, Mr. Reaper. I hope it goes well.
If someone would die during the trial, honestly, at this point, anything could happen. Once again, I thank you for the delicious tea. It was very soothing.
I'm so glad. You must go inside now, Lord Van Zieks.
Oh man, what has Kazuma done? Lord Van Zieks has always been the formidable prosecutor I've had to lock horns with in court. But not today. Today I battle with another in pursuit of the truth. My best friend, Kazuma Asoki, who I trust more than anyone else in the world. Now I understand what it was that drew me here to Britain all those months ago. Kazuma? Now I know exactly what destiny had in store for me. It's all been leading up to this one day, to this one trial, to this one final reckoning. Bro, destiny did not put you into that suitcase. You got in there of your own volition. Just saying. By the way, for the record, they'd only had known each other for like a year before they were willing to throw their entire lives away for each other. Kinda crazy. Feels even more oppressive here than it did yesterday. Her cold stare is piercing me like knives from all sides today.
Mr. Naruhodo, look!
Oh, hi! What? Where's Father Christmas? No! Lord Strongheart? Are you allowed to be a judge? You're very biased. Well, at least you're here, present in court, so that I can eventually accuse you. Oh, I want him to be guilty so badly. I'm pretty sure he's guilty. He's had way too many villain monologues not to be guilty. Kazuma must have known beforehand. The ramifications of this trial now extend far beyond the murder of one Scotland Yard inspector. In fact, events have come to light that threaten to rock the very foundations of our country's legal system. The escape of a condemned criminal on the night of his execution, the subsequent unlawful shooting of the man, and the revelation that prison staff must have been complicit in the jailbreak. Britain is currently hosting influential members of the judiciary from countries all around the world. It is imperative that we uncover the truth in these proceedings to avoid international embarrassment. The embarrassment here is you. By royal decree, this will continue to be a closed trial. And one over which I— wow, he just stood up. Did he always have that scepter? I don't remember the unicorn. Is the unicorn new? And one over which I, Male Strongheart, exercise total and unequivocal authority. Authority. Someone's been playing Baldur's Gate. Excuse you? You cannot be the jury! No, you can't don't use the Punisher ult on me, judge, jury, and executioner. No, that's not allowed. The 6 jurors' flames just... Ha! Beat you to it. As was the case in yesterday's proceedings, those here present in the public gallery are distinguished members of our judiciary, assembled to bear witness to a fair judicial process. Judge, jury, and eggs! In other words, a collection of your acolytes, Lord Strongheart. Oh, I was gonna okay, if he wasn't gonna say it, I was gonna say it. Just like so, you know, people that you have under your thumb and that you hold power over, and therefore incredibly biased, and that's... I hope the judges are okay. I hope they're plotting something. After he says guilty, he's gonna sentence them again. Oh my god. Endless sentencing! On a personal note, I find this most distressing, Lord Van Zeeks. You were a prosecutor of exceptional talent. Much like your oh my god, why are you like this? Much like your brother Clint, in fact. Yes, so he did it. Oh, I missed the old mallet sound. I do not like that ringing. Ugh. Unicorn is new. Oh, okay, cool. That's like animal abuse, right? The unicorn slamming it into the... Anyway. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. For the trial of Barak Van Zeeks, I was really expecting birds to show up. I was really expecting the 16-bit birds to just fly across. I thought he just has them in his pocket or something. Who officially stands accused of murder. Counsels for the prosecution and defense. Are you in full readiness to proceed? The defense is ready, my lord. As is the prosecution. Yesterday's proceedings brought to light a shocking and disturbing fact. There was a side to the victim, Inspector Tobias Gregson, that was unknown to his superiors at Scotland Yard. Yes, he was carrying out operations in secret, which Scotland Yard knew nothing about. And in those clandestine operations, he had an accomplice. Mr. Daily Vigil, who would be given the inspector's identification, and present himself around the capital in order to establish credible alibis for Gregson. In that way, Gregson appeared to be carrying out his regular Scotland Yard work when, in fact, he wasn't. What to eat, Unicorn? At the end of yesterday's session, Mr. Vigil, who had been suffering from amnesia, regained his memory. It would appear he buried his memories of the time deep inside himself as a means of self-preservation. Because whilst he was engaged as chief warder at Barclay Prison, he abetted the convict's escape. Mr. Vigil is currently recuperating at St. Sinner's. He's recovered enough to give a signed statement about his movements on the day prior to the incident. He's formally admitted to posing as Gregson whilst, investigating the Red-Headed League. Which brings us to the crucial issue of the victim's time of death. Yeah, you won't let that go out! The defense yesterday proposed a suggestion that the victim may have been killed 1 day earlier. I think that the scroll thing might just be a Kazuma thing. This was based largely on the discovery that the victim's pocket watch had not been wound. The prosecution has something to report on that subject, my lord. Really? Go ahead, Prosecutor Asoki. I met once again with the coroner yesterday to discuss the issue. She confirmed that the defense's suggestion could not be ruled out. Oh. Well. I'm so used to the prosecution being so sus and, like, hiding things and just being contrarian for the sake of being contrarian that, like, when he's on our side, and he has been consistently, like, if the facts are say what they say. He just presents it as it is. It's really refreshing, actually. It's entirely possible that Inspector Gregson was killed on the October 31st, the day before his body was discovered. I have here an updated autopsy report that includes the amended details. But the official opinion of the investigation team was made clear yesterday. That the time of death was 5 p.m. No, it wasn't! It was 5 p.m. on November 1st. There are indications of an attempt to disguise the real time of death, however. It seems that the natural decaying process of the victim's body may have been slowed by keeping it chilled. That's out of the question. There are no refrigeration devices in that part of London large enough to accommodate a human corpse. My lord, this is more than just conjecture. Yeah, it is true. Lord Van Ziek's... It's interesting. I wonder how much of what he did was under Strongheart's orders. Because so much of, like, the extra sus stuff was like, I can't do anything about this because he told me that I had to do it this way. Like, I wonder how much of it stems from him. Van Zieks was on our side when, like, you know, push came to shove. Very, very push came to shove. There was so much shoving necessary for that to happen, but yes. There's evidence to support the idea. We must investigate it thoroughly. No, I mean, very well. The court will accept the new report as evidence. Oh, you missed quite a few strings. Don't worry about it. Gregson, Inspector Siegel, anyone want to break it to him? However, if this updated report is deemed to be accurate, it would give renewed significance to the movements of the victim on the day before the Fresno Street incident. It would, yes. Especially since on that day, Inspector Gregson was using Mr. Vigil to cover up his real movements. It's conceivable that he was killed in the course of his secret activities. Yeah. Do I sense that the prosecution has some information regarding those activities? Scotland Yard put an enormous effort into investigating that precise matter yesterday. He's sleeping with the fishes and the chipses, no! I think we should begin by presenting the results of that investigation work. So the prosecution calls its first witness now. We have witnesses? Gina. State your name and occupation for the court. Inspector Gina Lestrade reporting. Representative of Scotland Yard. A self-conferred rank, but never mind. Gina? Again? What's your problem, Otto? What's with that? Gina? Again? Look, huh? The boss meant the world to me. He'd done more for me than anyone else ever did. Oh, Inspector Gregson, you mean? Got me out of the back slums of the East End and took me under his wing. Taught me that life can have a purpose. So that's why I'm the best person to be standing here speaking for him. Oh, Gina. Right, all out of the goodness of Gregson's heart. Not at all that he had his arm twisted by Mr. Sholmes. No, nah. Hello. What's relevant to these proceedings is that the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations yesterday has revealed that the victim was carrying out some assignment the police knew nothing about. Very troubling. That face. Lord Strongheart knew. So, Inspector Lestrade, let's hear exactly what it says in that report. Coming right up, sir. I will find a way to pin it on you, Strongheart. Oh, just you wait. All your detectives are supposed to follow orders and investigate what they're told. But a little search of the boss's office turned up a notebook that had a load of secret meetings in it.
According to that, the boss was looking into some smuggled goods dealings that day. Looks like it was a big job and all, but the coppers weren't onto it yet. What matters most is, there's witnesses what say the Reaper, saw the Reaper at the place too.
Smuggled goods?
I don't know, do I? I'm just telling you what was written in the book.
Tobacco, tea, spices, medicines. Goods of all sorts flow into London by illegal channels from across the globe.
Oh no, not the forbidden tea!
I'm totally drinking legally acquired tea and not ones that flowed through the illegal channels of London.
You know, like, yeah.
It's well known that they're disposed of at regular black markets that take place in the capital. Yeah, we're just gonna throw the tea into the water.
Also, yes, I am.
But the police are rarely able to locate them in time. So, Inspector Gregson was investigating one of those black markets. It's been suggested that high-ranking government officials may be involved in black market activity. Okay, maybe it's like censored, right? Because I know that there's definitely been times where it's like, oh yes, it's grape juice when it's really wine. Maybe tea is like code for like drugs or something, I don't know. It doesn't sound like stuff that would normally be on the black market. No doubt, Gregson was trying to avoid details of his investigations being leaked to the involved parties. That would explain why he was operating on his own authority, without the Yard's knowledge. And do we know where the dealings were taking place this time? In a particular room of a certain exclusive London gentlemen's club. Oh. And on the day in question, the accused is known to have been there. That's the conclusion of Scotland Yard's investigation into the matter. I'm sorry, a pizza with no sauce, no cheese, and no toppings? Please don't do that. That's just bread. Please, self-care. Ah, yes, left beef, none cheese. That can't be. We haven't heard anything about any of this. Members of the club have testified to it. There's no question. The accused, Barak Van Zeeks, was present at a gentleman's club, doing gentlemanly things. That would be very significant testimony then.
Oh my, but... Lord Van Zeeks has made no mention of this at all.
In short, Lord Van Zeeks had ample opportunity to murder the victim. I hate that sound. Please switch it out for a regular mallet. Also, I was gonna point out that Kazuma's little smirk. It was very cute. Very well then. Counsel for the defense, begin your cross-examination. You make a pizza with sauce, cheese, and toppings and no bread. But why would you do that? Have some self-respect. Yeah, squeaky hammers work too. I would take that. Alright.
Hold it!
Oh yeah, listen, he's had enough of unbiased, fair trials, so he wants to shake things up a bit, obviously. I'm absolutely taking the opportunity to accuse him at some point. So, you follow orders, do you, Gina?
Nah, not me. I'm above all that, see?
Oh.
Boss always had special orders for me. Grab us some fish and chips, or go and give Toby his grub, that kind of thing.
Ah, intern stuff. And theoretically put sauce, cheese, and toppings on the baking sheet and just bake it slowly so the sauce doesn't burn. But why? I think that's a crime, and I'm going to have to, I'm going to have to prosecute you in the Old Bailey. Meet me at the Old Bailey at, 9 a.m. tomorrow. I'm kidding. So, errands more than orders, then. This detective is still an apprentice, after all.
Yeah, well, this apprentice ain't one to sit around and wait to be told what to do, even by the boss.
See, cheese crisps are alright, but if you're claiming it's pizza, then we got a problem.
That's why I've been doing my own investigations into what happened. Didn't find much at first.
Am I allowed to read this?
Hold it!
So you went through Inspector Gregson's things. Oh wait, did I ever look at the suitcase? No, I did. There was like a random like knife fragment in there. Or hopefully not a sword fragment. It better not be a sword fragment. It's concerning is what it is. You like to put your sauce, cheese, and toppings on a block of raw uranium and use the radiogenic heating to get a nice slow-cooked breadless pizza. Well, you know what? It just radiates something. Time will tell.
Yup, as part of the independent Lestrade investigation.
I'm sure your superiors would be delighted that you're taking the initiative.
So I snuck into his office when no one else was about. Cause if anyone at the yard had seen me going in there, they'd have turfed me straight out onto the street.
This is sounding less and less like an investigation and more like something else. Hey Gina, you remember that time where you got arrested for breaking and entering to investigate something? Anyway. The prosecution understands that it was this very detective who discovered the notebook.
You got that right. Nothing gets past Inspector Lestrade and a trusty assistant chief, Inspector Toby.
Please tell me the dog is here too.
Found it hidden in one of his desk drawers at a false bottom.
That's impressive. Really?
So then I went to hide myself where no one could find me, so I could have a butcher's at what was written in it. Because if anyone at the yard had found me out, they'd have turfed me straight out on the street.
Ah. Is that an actual badge now? Maybe? She does have a little band now.
I'm giving it in now, though, ain't I? And if it weren't for me, it would never have been found.
I mean, you got a point.
Hold it!
What else was in here, though? Do you have any idea where those dealings were taking place?
Yep. It was all there in the boss's notes. Let's see if I can remember.
As I already said, the illegal dealings were due to take place at a gentleman's club. Yes, I remember, but well, I was hoping to find out the name of the club.
That won't be necessary.
What? It's conceivable that the club might be used again by the smugglers into the future. Therefore, the prosecution has been asked not to reveal the name in these proceedings.
I don't know what all the fuss is about. It's right here. All I gotta do is read it out. I could too! I've got this reading game buttoned up now. Can't I show you what I can do? Go on, what's the
The judge hasn't signaled his objection yet. I could try to find out. Yes. This is a closed court. The proceedings are confidential. There shouldn't be any possibility of the information being leaked. I mean, they did a decent job with not leaking the professor's identity after 10 years. So, as I explained, there is some possibility of politicians being involved in this affair. The prosecution is rightfully exercising caution, I imagine. No, my lord, the prosecution has no objection. Yes, let's go! No, he's got a point. Kazuma. There's no question that Inspector Gregson was looking into these black market dealings. However, it's not yet been established that he was on that particular trail on the day in question. If the defense requires to know the club's name, the prosecution has no intention of being obstructive. Let's go!
Right then. I get to show off my reading skills.
Oh, Kazuma's absolutely putting himself on the figurative chopping block with Strongheart if we can't pin this on him. Oh boy. We need to pin this on Strongheart so that Kazuma does not get put in court on trial.
Apparently, smuggled goods deal was gonna happen at a gentleman's club called the Grouse.
Everyone's gonna be on a list, yeah, exactly. Strongheart's list is literally just everybody. The Grouse. Grouse? Grouse? What sort of club is that?
I ain't got the foggiest. Clubs ain't exactly my thing. But I am kind of curious.
No, don't go, don't go. They're not places where a foreign student like you would be readily admitted. Have you looked in the mirror recently?
I tell you what, me and Chief Inspector Toby could go in undercover. Please don't go.
Could you, though?
I could pick out a few good marks and see what else I could find out while I was in there.
I really don't think you should go picking out anything. Anyway, that's where these black market dealings were going to take place, is it?
Yeah, it's gotta be. It's what the lower ranking detectives at the yard reckon.
Says the even lower ranking detective. Do I have anything about the girl? I'll look at this other stuff first.
Hold it!
So how had Inspector Gregson come to find out about it in that case?
That's the question, ain't it? I'm just an apprentice, so...
And why didn't he inform Scotland Yard of his findings?
Yeah, that's what I was asking myself. 'Cause, you know, I'm just an apprentice.
When it suits you, yes.
Anyway, the point is, something went on at that club, no question.
You can't say that for certain, though, surely.
Hold it!
Yeah, who is this witness? Lord Van Zeeks was at the club. I'm sorry, I'm just imagining Barack Van Zeeks out clubbing. I just imagine he's just standing dourly in the corner while there's just like rave lights going on. He's just standing there like crushing the hallowed chalice. Arana. Man. Yeah, I didn't even find a way to slip that one in anywhere. Okay. And just a bucket of wine. I was thinking he was just chugging straight out of the bottle, but no, just a bucket of wine is even more funny. The alternative is he's getting it on at the club, and I do hate that option more, so I'm gonna stick with the standing dourly in the corner and glaring at everyone who makes eye contact. Oh my god. It's like Caramel Dancing playing in the background. Not a barrel, a keg. Yes. He was. Detectives who visited the club yesterday to make inquiries have confirmed it. Oh, a Mycroft's club. Okay. Mine just sitting and reading books and news. I imagine he's still standing dourly in the corner. And just, you know, chugging a keg of wine. Several members report having seen the accused being admitted to the room in question as a guest. Well, looks like there's no disputing that he was there then.
Well, we know that Lord Van Zeeks was investigating Inspector Gregson, don't we? Perhaps he'd already discovered the Inspector's secret notebook.
Which led him to the club, you mean? Well, maybe.
You're right, it would be Highcroft Gnomes.
Wait. Yeah. Presumably then, there are also eyewitnesses who can testify that Gregson was there. Oh? None have been identified at this time. No. So the all-important victim wasn't seen at this mysterious club.
Oi! Why did you ask an Inspector Lestrade, huh?
Oh, Gina. So, that's all I've got to work with. Gina's not holding back with that ice-cold stare of hers, is she? She just looks so angry. She's just like... I don't know if I'm legally allowed to frown, if VTube Studio let me.
I really don't know what to make of all this.
Lord Van Zeeks told us that he was inspecting Investigator Gregson. Sure, investigating Inspector Gregson. But he never once mentioned that he met the inspector the day before the incident.
You don't think Lord Van Zeeks could have been lying to us, do you?
It's not the only way to explain this.
Oh!
If everything Lord Van Zeeks has told us is true, then there must be a mistake in this testimony somewhere.
You mean There are details we've yet to uncover.
Exactly. A clue, perhaps, that even Gina hasn't noticed. That's what we should be looking for here. Let's grab that clue that Kazuma was so nice to let us have. And let's see, is there anything in here about the grouse? The grouse Groose. Groose from Legend of Zelda. Is there anything? Okay, it had nothing to do with that. Oh, no raid? Okay, gotcha. Well, no hard cutoff. I'm not finishing this case today. I'm not doing that. I know this is gonna take me 10 hours. But, yeah, we can go a bit longer. No airport. Oh my god. It's not always about the airport. If I remember correctly, what was in here again? I need to check. Because there was only... Okay, it was just the papers, which we already took out. Never mind. The grouse, the grouse, the grouse grouse. Is it on here?
There are details of a whole raft of cases dating back years on here, aren't there?
This paper from 10 years ago is browning with age, look.
Out of interest, the most recent thing appears to be this newspaper.
It's the Redheaded League, right? Oh, it's the same. Yeah, okay. I've seen this before. We already established this. Okay. That's where he was found. I mean... if he was there, then they would have had a refrigerator, right? It wouldn't be in here. Why is grouse important? Why is grouse important? I have no idea. Wait, have I ever looked at this?
Oh, it looks like this is some sort of steamship ticket.
Oh my god, I've never looked at this.
The SS... Grouse. First class cabin 001. Yokohama departure, the 11th of September. London arrival, November 1st.
Oh, that's the boat that Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jikoku came on from Japan, isn't it? Yeah, I am so glad I went looking because... dang, that would have really, really annoyed me. It's like the firecracker thing. It's like... well, I guess it's also because, like, I know that grouse is important and it's just not anywhere else, so...
Yes, I think it called at Dunkirk on the north coast of France for a night before finally arriving in Dover.
I think it's been almost a year since we arrived in Dover on the SS Buria. Did I look at all the evidence? That's why I was checking this. I had checked everything else. It just says it hasn't been seen because technically new case, so it reset all of the, stuff that I've checked. Seems a shame not to keep your ticket as a memento of your trip, don't you think?
Yes, I agree. I have mine safely in my diary.
I keep mine in my wallet, so I have it with me at all times. Oh, oh, how strange. Where could it have gone? Ryunosuke!
Are you like this on purpose, Mr. Naruhodo?
Did I imagine it, or was that comment accompanied by a little sigh? Okay. I could also take a look at this. I don't think I actually looked at it. Professor Mikotoba has wonderful handwriting, doesn't he? This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untrustworthy. Is it just me, or does that make me sound extremely untrustworthy?
I do wish he'd at least called you a nice young man.
I'm really not sure that would help. Okay. Yeah, otherwise, I've checked everything else. Wow, I really just didn't check this one little thing. Yeah, this one's just a magnifying one, so I can't really investigate that. Okay. Oh, yeah. So, funny thing about this whole grouse situation, that's not a gentleman's club, that's a gentleman's ship!
Objection.
I've read about these clubs that, exist here in Britain. As I understand it, they're places where well-to-do gentlemen socialize with friends and colleagues. Why did you read about this? Oh my god. Why are you being so smug right now? Don't imagine for a second that a foreign student like you would be admitted. Seriously, is your mirror cracked or something? Do we know for sure that the contraband dealings were definitely happening at a club called The Grouse? The police are currently looking for evidence, but haven't found anything definitive yet. And I'm sorry to say that they probably won't. What do you mean by that? I mean that the place Inspector Gregson was secretly going to visit on October 31st may not have been a gentleman's club at all. Why did you guys think it was a gentleman's club? Wait, low-key, why did they think that? Huh. Gentleman's club, ship. They're the same thing. You're showing a very irreverent attitude towards our country's police force there, Counsel. Well, I watched at least 2 police officers change the scene of the crime to suit their own needs and wants, and therefore, I don't know, I don't really have a lot of hope for them. They've missed so much key evidence. If it wasn't a gentleman's club, then what was it? A ship. A steamship. You think it's a ship? I have the evidence to prove it. Here. A lot of clubs named after birds, maybe. Maybe there's just like, oh yeah, it could be the penguin, it could be the heron, the shoebill. Why is it Strongheart? I don't know. I'm going to assume he killed Father Christmas. Let me see that. This dark-suited young man is not in the least bit untruthful. Other side! Don't be obtuse about this. The other side, my lord. Be more specific next time. Oh my god. Gasp! This would appear to be a ticket for passage upon a steamship, yes. The SS Grouse.
Objection!
First Detective Luigi, then Father Christmas, no! So, there's a steamship named the Grouse that happens to share a name with the club. But I'm afraid to say, there's a flaw in your logic there. How? Look at the ticket. Notice the date of arrival in port. The ship arrived at the port of Dover on November 1st. The day on which the sound like a gunshot was heard on Fresno Street. In other words, on the day in question here, October 31st, when the victim was on his clandestine mission, that ship hadn't yet docked on British shores. But he wasn't there. That would certainly make an undercover investigation somewhat challenging. He wasn't even there. The fact that the steamship hadn't yet reached Britain substantiates the defense's assertion that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on the day in question. Then show your evidence for that assertion. Very well. Okay. I really don't like that. Heck. In that case, counsel for the defense, present your evidence to the court now. Evidence that substantiates your claim that the victim was investigating the SS Grouse on October 31st. Well, you see, he was in France. If I remember correctly. Is this enough, actually? It's the only thing that shows that he was out. Oh, I hope it's enough.
Take that!
Okay. What's this? A passport for travel issued to the victim. Dated October 31st. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that just one day before the inspector's body was discovered, there's a distinct possibility he wasn't even in the country. Having that many flames, is that like a fire hazard? Order! Order! This document is for passage to France. It does appear to have been officially authorized. The day before the SS Grouse arrived at Dover and docked on the northern coast of France for a night. According to my father, who was on board,
At the port of Dunkirk.
Dunkirk, friends. Honestly, yeah, that's... Like, the circle thing for the gavel is really well made if it's not getting obliterated by that unicorn horn. What could possibly have taken the victim there? Investigations, obviously. Wait, do you know? I'm impressed, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I certainly didn't expect you to get your hands on that passport. What? You mean you knew about this? Kazuma? No. Kazuma, no! The prosecution strategy for this trial has been laid down by the Crown Prosecution Office. On the day before the incident, the victim was investigating contraband dealings at a London club. That's the outcome of Scotland Yard's investigations, and the line the prosecution has been asked to follow. Oh, is this malicious compliance? Is this him just... I'm really, really, really trying to... Please be on our side, man. Hello! But personally, I don't agree. Ah, malicious compliance. I think the prosecutor's office is trying to hide something. What? And now that you've expertly disproven their assertion, I intend to reveal what I believe that something to be. What are you playing at, Prosecutor Asogi? A courtroom is a forum for the truth, my lord. Which is why it's my duty to present all the facts, without exception. Let me guess. This was your intention from the outset, wasn't it? The reason Inspector Gregson secretly made his way to the steamship docked in France on the day in question was to carry out a mission for the Reaper. Oh no. Okay, we're doing it now. Where's the regular judge? Father Christmas got taken out by Strongheart, I think. Uh-oh. The Reaper? Oh boy. Kazuma. Ow! Stop it! Order! Order! What on earth are you saying, counsel? The prosecution made an assertion in court yesterday. Inspector Gregson was investigating the identity of the Reaper. When he discovered the location of the man's secret hideout, he was killed. As I'm sure everyone can imagine, by the Reaper's hand. But in reality, the truth is the opposite of that. What? Inspector Gregson wasn't investigating the Reaper at all. He was, in fact, acting for the Reaper. Ooh. This is a time for a break. Oh boy. Kazuma, please don't go full villain arc on us. Come on. Like, I'm worried about his well-being, you know? We get to hear the evil call. It is a really good theme, I know! But like... I'm worried that... Not that he's gonna end up throwing someone... Well, he is gonna throw Van Zieks under the bus when it wasn't his fault. But like, there's that. But also, I think he's not really concerned about his own well-being. And that's really worrying. Especially with Strongheart being the judge. I really, really do think he's in danger. It's like villain arc, but kind of self-destructive villain arc. Oh boy. What'd you miss? Kazuma's going full villain arc, and we're concerned. We are concerned friends. Anyway, I should technically go on break. I will be right back. Hello, I'm back. Oh? Yep, just daydreaming about, I guess the Reaper. Oh yeah, oh boy. Let's see how this goes, yeah? So, you're saying the mission he was undertaking was... obviously, an assassination. Barak Van Zeeks never carried out any of the actual killings. Whenever the Reaper's victims lost their lives, he always had a cast iron alibi. Which tells us that he must have had an accomplice, or he was innocent. But hey... And you claim that was Inspector Gregson. Gina, yeah. What the hell do you think you're saying, eh? My boss would never have done nothing like that. And yet, when you consider all the facts, well, it all makes perfect sense. No, it can't be.
We also arrived at the same conclusion, didn't we? That Inspector Gregson was operating as the Reaper.
Even so, there's no way that the person giving him his orders was Lord Van Zeeks. No, the true Reaper is somebody else. In this room! Barak Van Zeeks is not the Reaper. A predictable response from someone who's advocating for the man. And even if it's true that Gregson was operating as an agent of the Reaper, Gina, distraught in the corner, by the way. The suggestion that he went aboard the SS Grouse on an assassination mission doesn't follow at all. Oh, you have some solid reason for doubting the assertion, do you, Counsel? Barak's too pretty and sad to be a serial killer. I guess, sure, in the Ace Attorney universe, that is a solid defense, I think. Absolutely. It's very simple. On the day in question, nobody was killed aboard that steamship. Professor Mikotoba and Judge Jikoku were on that very ship. If someone had been assassinated, I'm certain we would have heard about it. What's so funny? You're right, of course. No suspicious deaths were reported on board the ship. But I think perhaps you've missed the point. That's precisely why Inspector Gregson himself lost his life. What? Gregson did board the SS Grouse that night with the intention of dispatching his mark. But his mission ended in failure. Failure? It seems that the defense hasn't yet grasped a very important detail here. What are you talking about? What detail? Inspector Gina Lestrade. What? The victim's notebook that you read an excerpt from earlier. That doesn't contain details of secret investigations at all. It describes 10 years of assassination plots to be carried out by the Reaper of the Bailey. You're lying! Even if all them bludgers what got taken out at it coming. The boss weren't the Reaper.
Or Gina.
Yeah, if that's the case, then Gina herself would be dead. Just saying. There's no question that Tobias Gregson was heavily involved in the Reaper's activities. You may just be an apprentice, but if you've spent any time at Scotland Yard, you must have heard the rumors.
I ain't heard nothing.
I don't believe a word of it. Then testify again, as a representative of Scotland Yard. Consider it your chance to defend your boss.
I don't... freaking stop that.
I concur. The victim. The witness will give a new formal testimony. Miss Lestrade, you will tell the court everything you know about Inspector Gregson's secret notebook. This poor girl. Why is Strong Art here? To cause problems. Yeah, this notebook does have a load of stuff about what the Reaper got up to these past 10 years.
Names of victims, dates and places and stuff. The last entry in there was October 31st. It said grouse for the place on that date and the name of the mark. There was a note about him being a criminal what got away from the Reaper in court 10 years ago or something.
But honest, the boss didn't do none of it. He was just investigating the Reaper, that's all. Gina, no! It'd be hard for the victim to give testimony. We don't have spirit mediums yet.
Keep personal opinion out of your testimony, witness. We require only established fact here.
This must be so hard for her. You can't deny it now, surely. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What can't I deny? The notebook contained the name of the final mark, and the location where the assassination would take place. That's information that the victim could only have known if he was working with the Reaper. Duh. So, who was to be this final mark? Go ahead, Inspector Lestrade. Read the name for the court. Imagine if it just says Gregson. The name that's written alongside the entry that mentions the grouse on October 31st.
How do you read this then?
Reading's still not her strong suit.
Ain't the problem alright, Otto? It's a funny name. It ain't English. It's hard to read.
So it's someone from overseas. Oh no, is it Mikotoba? Is it Jikoku?
Let me have a bash at it.
Seishiro Jikoku! No! It's the judge! Where is he? Is he okay? Is he alive? Well, no. We saw him after that date. He's fine. If the judge got in a fight with someone, I think he would win, actually. Man crushed a witness stand under his bare hands. He'll be fine, actually.
Yeah, Seishiro. Jig... Q, maybe?
What? It can't be. Seishiro Jikoku?
But that's Judge Jikoku!
Seishiro Jikoku. Certainly not an English name, all right. But that can't be right. I know Judge Jikoku, and I saw him the day before yesterday, here in London. So I know for a fact that the man hasn't been assassinated. As I said, the Reaper failed. Oh. But then wouldn't they have told us that... Okay. Gregson missed his chance to kill his mark and returned to British shores. Saw that he was too jacked to fight. But the Reaper wouldn't tolerate the mistake. So he killed the inspector. Personally. Boy. The Reaper, of course, being the accused, Barak Van Zeeks. It's an undeniably logical argument. Kazuma, you planned for the trial to go this way all along, didn't you?
Hold it!
Oh! Hello? Oh my god, who gave him the wine? I'm sorry, I just wasn't expecting the foot again. Like, I really was. I don't know why. It's his trademark. It takes me by surprise. Every single time he throws his leg up. Oh man. Oh wow, the soles of his shoes are really smooth. That must make walking around kind of a hassle. Like he'd be slipping around like everything was made of ice from a Mario level. You know? He axe kicks every single thing, but he doesn't break it, unlike Judge Jikoku, who destroyed it. I think that I really want to see that happen, honestly. Your life is complete. Who gave him the wine? The leg move feels strangely comfortable. Like, to do, or like, to receive? Because I see chat. Do, okay. I guess it's technically a stretch, like, that you do when stretching before doing exercise. I don't know. Maybe I'll try that. He does it so often, I'll see why out. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice, whilst I stand accused of murder. Hey guys, I got accused of murder. Time to get drunk! Lord Van Zeeks. The accused has no right to speak uninvited in court. You will return to the dock. Gotta slam your leg on your desk. He's so dramatic, and for what every one of them is dramatic. You need a drama degree in order to be a lawyer in Ace Attorney. You have to be a double major. I say nothing of whether or not I'm the Reaper. That's the task of this court to decide. But there is one thing I can say unequivocally. You're all dumbasses. That girl is no detective.
Huh? What? No, that's right. I ain't. I'm an inspector.
Repeating rumors heard around the yard, reading entries from a notebook of unconfirmed origin. That's not testimony. It's practically a script. No doubt the rest of this trial will go exactly as you've clearly planned.
Ooh! Oh, that's true, because he's been
he's had to do this for so long. He knows the playbook that Strongheart goes by. That makes so much sense, actually. Yeah, the vampire knows what it's like to be on the prosecution stand under Strongheart specifically. Your hatred of me is understandable. In your mind, I'm sure I am the Reaper, who sent your father to the gallows all those years ago. But you're in danger of becoming a far more sinister Reaper yourself. By attempting to have me condemned with this feeble excuse for testimony.
What did you say? Mr. Naruhodo, this is our chance!
My lord, the defense requests that the defendant be allowed to speak. He may be privy to important information relating to the testimony just given by the witness. Are you about to beat us up? If I get bludgeoned to death, you know who did it.
Very well. I'll make an exception and grant the request. The defendant may remain in the witness stand for the cross-examination.
Then allow me to toast the court's impartiality. That is so sardonic, actually.
Don't raise your glass in my direction, sir.
Do you bite your thumb at me? I do bite my thumb at you. Where did he get another cup from? His endless, coat of hallowed chalices.
Counsel for the defense, begin the cross-examination immediately.
All right. At once, my lord. Alrighty.
Hold it!
In other words, it shows that Gregson was basically acting as the Reaper.
No, not you and all. Ain't the only explanation, is it? He could have been investigating the Reaper in secret, and that notebook said what he found out.
If I may. When originally people began referring to me as the Reaper, I didn't object. I believe the power to intimidate London's criminal classes into compliance with the law to be beneficial. From his sleeve? No. Have you seen the prosecution's outfits? Like, their uniforms are so unnecessarily skin tight. Like, you can see the muscle definition under his sleeves for some reason. There's no way he's hiding anything up his sleeves. Evidence? No, that's from a pocket. It can't be the sleeves. It's impossible. The secret is alcoholism. Yeah, that's the real trick of it. But you carried out your own investigations into the true identity of the Reaper, didn't you? Yes, and those investigations proved conclusively that Gregson was one arm of the Reaper.
One arm? What are you on about?
The Reaper's victims were all extremely shrewd criminals at the top of their game. There's simply no way one person could have taken them on alone. The Reaper is an organization. With you at its head. Leading the witness? I had spies at the yard keeping me abreast of Gregson's movements, letting me know when he was elsewhere. So I'd been able to check the most recent entry in his book. I knew the location. You knew it said grouse. Believing it to be a reference to the Gentleman's Club, I went there on the day in question to investigate, alone. Oh, there really is a Gentleman's Club named after... Okay. Coincidental, but sure.
Ah, so that explains why several members of the club claim to have seen you there.
But of course, the inspector was not there. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France. As shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Oh, you looked at that, did he? Very well then, back to your testimony about the contents of this notebook. Fine.
Is something wrong, Mr. Naruhodo? You seemed a little shocked by something a moment ago.
Oh, no, it's all right. I'm overthinking this, aren't I? Wait. How does he know? Did Gina ever... Gina never turned in the box, right? To be investigated? Right? I've got to be misremembering that. Right? Because if he knows the contents of the box when he shouldn't, that's really bad. That's really, really bad. Oh no, Kazuma, what did you do? What did you do? Names of victims, dates, places, and stuff. What in particular?
Well, besides the victims' names, this other name kept cropping up.
What other name was that?
That's the one I told you yesterday. The same name written over and over again.
You mean... Assassin?
Yeah, that's the one. She's a friend of yours or something, isn't she?
Oh no! Were you even listening yesterday? Assassin. The assassin. Fitting.
What? Like, a killer, you mean?
Gregson was the tactician, the one who came up with the plan of attack. He investigated the marks thoroughly, finding out when they would be vulnerable and who to use to get at them. But the person actually executing his plans was someone else, you're saying? If that's true, then the Reaper does indeed start to sound like an organized group of vigilantes. Oh, then perhaps what it said on the passport document, permission for the applicant and one additional person to travel. Could that additional person have been... Clearly the assassin, who was meant to take Seishiro Jigoku's life. But she's already dead. Gina, can you confirm that? Against the final entry that listed Grouse and Seishiro Jigoku, what name was written?
Oh, well, that's the only entry that didn't have a name next to it, as it happens.
What?
It just had like a question mark or something there, I think.
Maybe he was investigating.
In other words, Gregson himself didn't know the identity of the assassin in that case.
But Gregson was the one making the plans, was he not? Now we have two idiots who are caught up in their freaking villain vengeance arcs and too blind to see what's happening. Yeah. Why do we have two Edgeworths? They're both going through their Edgeworth crisis at the same time. Oh my god, it's too edgy for me.
Oh, how infuriating.
Yeah, I agree, but for different reasons. A nameless assassin.
Hold it!
Oh my god, it's like a midlife crisis, except it only happens to, two specific people right now. Who, look kind of similar and have the, I don't know, similar backstories. They're both Edgeworth. There's an Edgeworth in every country, I don't know. And you're saying that the mark listed was Seishiro Jigoku.
That's what I said. Funny name if you ask me. I thought your name was odd.
So pleased to have lost my crown there. Mr. Jigoku is the presiding judge of Japan's Supreme Court of Judicature. Read too far ahead. I remember the name. He came to our country as a visiting student 16 years ago. A midlife crisis, but only happens to sad, traumatized prosecutors? Yes, exactly, actually. Oh my god. No, this Edgeworth is hanging out with, scientist Larry Butts. And they were classmates. Everyone has a significant other, I think, at this point. Studying international law and diplomacy under your tutelage, Lord Strongheart.
That bearded young fellow was a very able man, I must say.
So, Lord Strongheart was Judge Jigoku's mentor.
If I'm not mistaken, he returned to Japan 10 years ago now. 10 years ago, after that fateful case. Precisely. In the aftermath of the Professor case, his repatriation was organized immediately.
It's because he broke the witness stand with his arms.
It's a mystery why such a man would be listed in the inspector's notebook. I didn't think it was possible, but the mood in here's got even worse now. Maybe I'll just keep talking.
Gino's sitting here like, I think I'm missing out on some context. Which she is. She certainly is. What do you mean, a criminal? Judge Jigoku is no criminal.
Well, don't ask me. I don't know nothing about it. Oh, do you remember what Father told us? That Judge Jigoku did once appear in court here in Britain. It was related to the Professor case, I'm sure.
Yes, of course, you're right.
Seishiro was trying to mitigate Genshin's guilt, so he took to the stand to testify, but he got a little carried away and, actually managed to break the witness stand. He also said some contemptuous words about the British Empire, for which he was charged.
What an icon. We love Judge Jigoku. It was a pitiful situation, yes. I'd forgotten all about it. But I prosecuted that trial too, as it happens. You did? We know that! Oh, wait, no, that trial as well. Never mind, we did not know that. It was considered to be an adjunct to the Professor proceedings, you see. But he was acquitted after being told to make reparation for the damage caused to the stand. And there you have it! What? Have what? Surely, the accused hasn't forgotten his own rule. That there's no saving anyone who faces the Reaper in court. Guilty or innocent alike. What? Oh, no! Are you suggesting that the reason Judge Jigoku was targeted for assassination was because he broke his witness stand with his hands? The man was sent back to Japan immediately after that trial. The Reaper had no time to do his work. But then, 10 years later, the mark returns to Britain once more. Perhaps now you start to see just how vindictive the Reaper is. Well, yes, but not him. Come on, that's absurd! To take someone's life for that. Isn't the whole premise of the Reaper absurd? Killing those who have been found innocent? Clearly, the rules by which the man operates are beyond a sane person's comprehension. But... who? Right, I've had just about enough of this! You know what? You go, girl. You tell him. Gina. All this nonsense about the boss planning to kill people. It's cobblers. Come on, Otto. Yes? Oh, man. Why ain't you saying nothing? Why ain't you yelling out objection? Or summat? What? You gotta find a flaw. You do usually. Someone's lying here. No doubt. No question. You've got to work out who it is. Please. For the boss.
That outburst was an insult to the court and to your own testimony. Oh, sod off! I might have known that a common pickpocket from the back slums couldn't make a detective. Sod off! When this trial is over, you will forfeit your warrant card, Miss Lestrade. Is that clear?
I've had it with a lot of ya. It's lies every bleeding place you look in this world, innit? Well, I've had enough. Gina.
So have I. After that little speech of Gina's, I've made up my mind.
To do what, Mr. Naruhodo?
There was one point in this cross-examination when something that was said just didn't sit right with me. One statement that seemed odd.
Oh, do you mean...
Oh boy. Oh no. Ah!
I'm not going to let Gina's plea for help fall on deaf ears.
Oh no. Come on, Otto, help. You gotta find a flaw somewhere.
Okay. I'll press this one too. It's just the last one. I don't know where it would have gone. I know what the flaw he pointed out was. It was with the trunk, and how Kazuma shouldn't have known that.
Hold it!
Oh no, I don't want to accuse him.
I want to thank you, Gina. You helped me find my resolve.
What do you mean?
Amongst everything we've heard during this cross-examination, there's one thing that defies explanation. One inconsistency.
What? An inconsistency?
Oh man. Really, Otto?
I don't quite know what it means yet, but... Yes, there's an inconsistency in something that was said by...
Oh man. Okay.
Take that!
This sucks.
By you. Kazuma Asogi.
Me? Is this some attempt at filibustering, counsel?
Prosecutor Asogi has given no testimony. What are you suggesting I said that was inconsistent? You let something slip. You shouldn't have. When I present the relevant piece of evidence, I imagine you'll realize what you've done.
Very well then, counsel, go ahead. What evidence reveals this alleged inconsistency in something Prosecutor Asogi has said?
Oh no, I think I did remember right, and this... It was removed and then recovered by Gina, and it was never presented to the police. Which means that Kazuma shouldn't have known about this. He shouldn't have known about the passport.
Take that!
Shoot. This is a trunk that belonged to Inspector Gregson. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off the smiling. Oh boy. A metal construction, is it? It's certainly very heavy. What's this? A bloodstain, and a relatively fresh one, too. What? You mean that ain't grease from Older Boss's fish and chips? Oh my god, she actually did think that. Fresh blood on the inspector's trunk. That suggests that the victim was traveling with that luggage when he was killed. That can't be. There was no mention of any trunk in Scotland Yard's report. Yes, there's a reason for that. Immediately after the inspector's body was found, one of the street peddlers made off with the trunk, hoping to sell it.
I found it! Me! With me nose for trouble!
Which means that nobody should have known anything about the trunk. Unless, of course, we're talking about somebody who was present when the victim was killed.
Kazuma, what did you do? And yet, during the cross-examination of the witness just now, you said this, Kazuma. Oh no. Because at the time he was making his way to the steamship docked on the northern coast of France, as shown by the passport found in the victim's metal trunk. Oh no, is Kazuma the Reaper? I really hope not. So the question is, how did you know about the inspector's trunk? Oh my god, I don't think he's the Reaper. I think he thought that Gregson was part of the Reaper group or whatever, and it's all part of his vengeance thing, and that's really, really worrying. Please tell me you didn't do it. Please tell me you didn't do it. There was a sword fragment, and now I know it's a sword. It's a sword fragment in the trunk, and that's terrifying. Oh no. Kazuma, you didn't. We know the man went on a trip to France. Where else would he have put his passport?
Objection!
He's lost his soul. We gave it back! But you knew it was a metal trunk. Answer me honestly, Kazuma. On October 31st, where exactly were you? Oh man. Also, if I am too loud and peeking too much, please let me know, because I am getting very into this. And he stabbed it, and there was a slice on it, and there was blood, and now I am worried. And now I'm very worried. Wasn't Gregson killed with a stab wound? Wasn't he? No, he was shot. Never mind. Never mind. Who was killed with a stab wound? Oh, different thing. Different thing. There was another. Was it this one? Yeah, sorry. I got it mixed up with the other stab wound. Sorry. There was a stab wound, but 10 years ago. Sorry. He stabbed the wrong trunk. Yeah, you see it, right? It's right there. And I'm very concerned. I'm so concerned. At the port of Dunkirk, on board the SS Grouse. Is that the answer you're looking for, Ryunosuke? Kazuma, what did you... I hadn't considered the possibility before, but... if Kazuma was there on the ship, then it can only have been for one purpose. Oh no, Mr. Naruhodo, surely... Surely you don't think... Come on, Ryunosuke, you know the rules. The only thing that really talks in the courtroom is hard evidence. Oh man, the sword fragment, I'm done. As I understand it, Inspector Gregson always took that case with him when he traveled. So as it stands, you've proved nothing. Kazuma. Are you challenging me to prove it? Beyond all reasonable doubt. That you were there that day. In the same place as the inspector. He was there. With Gregson. There's a clue that you've overlooked. A secret that trunk can tell us. I can't be sure at this point. I'll need to verify it. But I have a nasty feeling that I'm going to be right.
The accusation being made is deeply disturbing, but nevertheless, we must test it. The defense will identify for the court where in the trunk this alleged clue was to be found. Where is the evidence that ties Prosecutor Asugi to Inspector Gregson?
Can I look at it from the side here? Have you seen this huge gash across the side of the trunk here? It's gone right through the leather and into the metal behind.
Gosh, for a metal chest like this to have been so badly damaged, whatever made the gash must have struck the side of the trunk with considerable force. Oh boy.
Wonder how it happened. Oh, okay, I do need to open the trunk, hold on. Because... there it is. Your pizza's here, and so is the evidence. Do you see that? There's something stuck in the side of the trunk there. It's glinting.
Looks like a fragment of metal of some sort, but it's wedged in so tightly I can't remove it.
Well, don't cut yourself. Better leave it, I think.
Got it!
God. There's a small piece of metal lodged in the wall of the trunk here. Like the tip of a blade.
Blade?
Kazuma, Slung around your waist, as ever today, is the esteemed blade Karuma. Of course it is. Won't you draw it? Here in this courtroom. For all to see. Exercise caution, my learned friend. That man is the son of London's most notorious killer. He's also our best friend, and we are literally putting him on the spot to save you. Do not do this right now.
Bailiff, watch Prosecutor Asugi like a hawk.
That won't be necessary.
Oh, freaking hell, Kazuma. Kazuma, no. Oh no.
The tip is broken. If the fragment of metal from the trunk fits together with the end of the sword, well, the question of who was there with Inspector Gregson will be answered. Agreed? Kazuma Asugi. Expertly done, Ryunosuke. That's a point to you. And well deserved.
Do you mean to tell the court, Prosecutor Asugi?
Yes. On October 31st, I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. So, the additional person authorized to travel was me.
And the mission was?
The assassination of the Mark. What? You mean you're the killer whose name was omitted from this notebook? You were following the Reaper's orders to dispatch Judge Jigoku? Let me make one thing perfectly clear. I have killed no one.
Explain.
I accepted the assassination mission, yes, and I accompanied Gregson to Dunkirk. But I never had any intention of carrying out the plan. You were never going to do it.
We can believe Kazuma-sama, I'm sure. After all, Judge Jigoku arrived safely in London the following day.
Okay, I'm just gonna... It should be okay now, right? Sure. On the 31st, I boarded a train from London with Inspector Gregson. We traveled to Dover, from where we crossed the channel to Dunkirk. Then we boarded the SS Grouse and made for the cabin deck, as indicated in the plan.
You went to Judge Jigoku's cabin.
Exactly. He wasn't there, though. We decided to wait, but... Did we think he was the real Reaper? No, I thought that he was there to kill Gregson, actually. Going to jail? Not if we get Strongheart for it all. Yeah, I thought that he was gonna kill Gregson for being part of the Reaper's plans, and I thought he went on a vengeance spiral. And I'm just really worried still. But you've already told us you had no intention of going through with it anyway. I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. Why did you slash the trunk? Why did you do it? I spent that night at a boarding house in the town and returned to England the following morning. A boarding house in Dunkirk. My signature will be in the register book. It would be simple enough to verify.
Then, what became of Jigoku?
He's alive. Gregson was no assassin, so the Mark was spared. I'm sure it's easy enough to imagine what happened after that. Gregson returned to England as well, having failed to complete the mission. He met with the Reaper in that room on Fresno Street to report the failure, causing the infuriated mastermind to pull the trigger.
But if you wanted to find the Reaper's identity so badly and get vengeance so badly,
why would you not go with Gregson at this point? It's so weird. And end his wretched agent's life.
Honestly, with how much he hates the Reaper, this doesn't track. That's the real truth behind Inspector Gregson's murder.
Objection!
Yeah, I object too.
Not on the same grounds. No real evidence, but it just doesn't make sense. But if you did nothing, as you claim, how did the tip of your sword come to be lodged in the inspector's trunk?
I don't need to answer that. Yes, you do!
The victim was killed by a gunshot. A small fragment of a Japanese blade isn't relevant to the case. And accordingly, I choose to exercise my right to silence on that matter.
Kazuma...
Be that as it may, the court will sequester the sword as evidence.
Oh man. His soul...
As you wish, my lord. The great sword Karuma
has been entered into the court record. Boy, he's lost his soul. I mean, metaphorically, it makes sense, I guess. I'm gonna look at it now.
Karuma, the great blade.
It's such a thing of beauty. I want to gaze on it for hours. This is not... the situation's too serious for me to make these kinds of jokes, so I'm not going to. I think it's just... No, I'm not the headband? Okay. It's just this then. The tip of the great sword. Broken. It's such a shame. It's been so meticulously cared for over the years. I can almost hear Karuma's sobs. Kazuma must have really taken a swing for that to happen. Nothing else? No. Okay. Thanks, chat. Thank you for backing me up on the joke that I was- that was exactly the joke I was thinking of. Oh man, this sucks. Ah!
We must take immediate action now to verify whether Seishiro Jigoku remains unharmed.
He's out here, like, fighting people in the alleyway, Yakuza style. Remains unharmed? I agree. That should be our first priority.
It's recently come to my attention that he hasn't been seen since yesterday.
How did you...
When a foreign dignitary invited to Great Britain goes missing for 24 hours, it's only natural that the question of his safety should arise.
You don't mean to say that you think Judge Jigoku may have been killed?
The Reaper has more than one assassin at his disposal. But then why were you? And he has the power and influence to give orders from the inside of a prison cell. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks?
Oh, they got him more wine. If I were truly the Reaper, I'd be able to tell you.
Ow. Order! Order in court! Order! We will take an emergency recess for 30 minutes. Now. Guests of the symposium have been told to maintain regular contact with the organizer's office. If the man can't be located within half an hour, we will have to assume the worst.
In half an hour of investigation?
Oh no, not Judge Jigoku! No one would want to kill a harmless Japanese man.
Harmless? Harmless? Who'd only just arrived in the country.
Except that is... for the Reaper, wanting to finish off a mark that slipped through the net 10 years ago.
I would have to agree. That sounds like something that the Reaper would say!
Mr. Naruhodo, for the defense's sake.
My lord?
I sincerely hope we are successful. If we're unable to confirm Mr. Jigoku's healthy existence in the next 30 minutes, you will face grave difficulties.
Can I help with the investigation thing?
Court is adjourned for 30 minutes.
Like, 30 minutes is not enough time to look through the city, you know? Oh. Wait, why are we here? Alone in the...
Kazuma-sama. Reaper's assassin. I feel as though I'm in a nightmare.
I can hardly believe it either, but on the other hand, Kazuma isn't in the habit of making up stories.
I have such a terrible sense of foreboding. If something awful has happened to Judge Chikoku, then I feel as though things will only spiral further and further out of control.
Do I pull the rabbit's ears now? I felt it from the moment I stepped into the courthouse this morning. That strange sensation that we were careering towards a foregone conclusion. Well, in the worst case, we might only have 30 minutes left. Unfortunately, though, I don't think there's anything we can do but wait now. We're out of options.
Pull the bunny ears! Actually, there may be one last hand we can play. Or rather, one last ear.
Of course! Oh, come through for us, Iris! The little Mr. Sholmes doll that Iris gave us.
If for some reason you completely run out of options in the trial today, then just pull this little Hurley's ears and as hard as you possibly can.
Perhaps now is the time. Do it! 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 Here goes then. I'm going to do it.
Good luck, Mr. Naruhodo.
Suddenly a boxing glove punches him. No looking back. Heave! Huh?
Ow!
Ow? That scream sounded like... Ow! Sounded like Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Sholmes, where are you? Here, my dear fellow, here! What? Huh? It's the felt doll talking. I assume it's a communicator, but why did you say ow?
Pull the ears again, Mr. Naruhodo, as hard as you can!
Alright then, I'll put all my strength into it. Heave! Why does it do that? Iris did not invent a phone. Iris invented, I don't know, magic dolls. Please, my dear fellows, you don't need to pull my ear off. Did he just, like, keep it on his ear? Okay.
Mr. Sholmes, where are you?
Is this the grouse? Myself and my trusty partner are presently in the first-class cabin area of the SS Grouse. The SS Grouse? She left Dover last night after the final pieces of cargo were loaded. Oh my god, it's just chilling on his ear. That's adorable, actually. Oh, is this why Ryunosuke's alternate DLC outfit has the mouse? It's also a little communicator? It's not a real mouse, it's just a little thing that Iris made. Oh my god, that's adorable. We are currently docked at Dunkirk, but due to be underway again in half an hour. You've taken a ship to France? Oh, please. Even with my athletic prowess, I would struggle to jump the Straits of Dover. After we left Baker Street last night, we hurried by cab to the station and by train to the port. In order to board this vessel in time. I love how he's actually looking at the doll, too. That's adorable.
Susato Osada Rabbit. Oh, that makes so much sense.
So, you mean you already worked it out? Of course he did. That the steamship was where everything really took place. Mr. Naruhodo, pray, what is my name? Herlock Sholmes, world-famous great detective. Recited to perfection, well done.
You're a genius, Mr. Sholmes! That's the only word for it!
Is she pulling the ears again?
Miss Susato,
Gently with this genius's ear, please.
Oh, I'm ever so sorry.
If I may, Sholmes. I'm assuming that's... Ah, there you are, Mikotoba.
Oh, you! Hi! Hi, you! How's it going?
Thank you so much for the raid!
Welcome in, welcome in.
I hope that art was fun. But yeah, if you need a rest, go take a rest. If not, hello. I am one of Hugh's children. Oh my god. I've lost all ability to speak. How am I doing? I'm losing it. I am brain rotting over this game. I'm on the last case for Great Ace Attorney 2, and I'm so concerned for my gay sons. Okay. But like, man, I'm probably gonna go over today because I really want to finish this game, but I can't because it's gonna be like 10 hours of testimony. But yeah, I am doing well. I am excited to continue on with this case, and if you want to avoid spoilers, you probably should. This is the last case. This is the last case. To redeem. Oh, dang it. Okay. Ada. There, you heathens. This case is worth the brain rot. It is! It really is. Like, I spent so much of yesterday being like, I really want to be playing this game right now. I could be playing Great Ace Attorney, but I can't. Literally, during Raid, I was just listening to the soundtrack for 3 hours. And it was just so much brain rot. I feel like I have no idea if my raid lead is here in chat, but yeah, I just admitted that. That's fine. Oh, thank you! Listen, just chill and vibe. Pressing all yet? Oh, well, I'm gonna snooze that. What brain rot? I don't know what you're talking about. It's just... Well, it's mostly concern, actually, because, Cosmo's gone full villain arc, and I'm really worried about his well-being. I really want to trust him, and I really don't want him to have done the murder. It has to be Strongheart. It has to be Strongheart. He's using a unicorn mallet to hit a thing. It has to be him. Villain sounds like your kind of guy. He can't be a villain though. He's our bestie. And they were partners. What? Just let them be partners. All right. Well, and recap, we're at the end of our ropes. And they were classmates!
At Scotland Yard yesterday, when we examined that notebook and I recalled my steamship ticket.
But of course it was, my dear fellow! And not once did I controvert the fact. I merely had our court-bound companions utter my name. That's very much a, why are you like this? Ryunosuke could stare at Cosmo's sword for hours. Apparently, allegedly, actual quote. Actual sword.
Yes, you did. Didn't you?
We've just entered a recess. The trial resumes in 30 minutes from now.
And if we're unable to present any new leads, then I'm afraid to say...
Oh, do not fret, please. It's for precisely that purpose that my partner and I have made this journey. I have no doubt we shall have welcome news for you within the half hour. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. That would be wonderful. Until later wait, do we get to play as Sholmes and Mikotoba? Cause he's not on screen right now, and that's usually what happens when you're playing from... Please let us investigate as them! Yes, you'll be hearing from us if you're not in touch first. I shan't be hearing anything if you keep tugging my ear in that mindless fashion.
Whatever was the idea behind making a receiver operated in that way in the first place, Sholmes?
Why the juice would I know? It's Iris's invention, not mine! Oh, he is the GOAT. He's the best. Oh my god, we're playing as them! Oh, that's so exciting!
Whilst I know how much you enjoy being the hero of the hour, Sholmes, we have but half that now, before the grouse puts to sea again. If we don't conclude our investigations rapidly, we shall find ourselves in Naples before long.
There are times, Mikotoba, when you make a surprising amount of sense. So, let us begin. Oh, is this the same guy? From the first case? Or second case of the first game? Yeah, have fun lurking.
First class cabin number 2. Yes, this is the one. But I don't believe an investigation of the cabin is going to be plain sailing. That crewman standing in front of the door is an angry-looking fellow.
Yeah, is it beef stroganoff? Well, here's the real question. Are you actually...
Why are you loitering here? Who are you?
My dear fellow, do you not recognize a world-famous great detective when you see one? The question really ought to be, who are you? Chicken stroganoff? Chicken?
Do you not recognize world-traveling great sailor Chicken Stroganoff when you see?
Hey, why is Sholmes written on his arm? Wait, if I move myself a little bit. Sholmes is written on his arm for some reason. What? Why? That's a real bad tattoo, my god.
Great detective? I don't think so.
Hello, fanboy. Do I want to be frowning? Uh-oh. Well, I was. I no longer am. Listen, I was very concerned for a while.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
He's a fan. Or Sholmes, like, wrote on his arm or something. Or someone else wrote on his arm to be like, hey, you should investigate this guy. Do you see that, Mikotoba? It would appear that this man is a devoted follower of mine. Okay, cool. Thank you for the follow. That M is, like, so squeezed. Shoal 3S.
Goodness me, is that a tattoo that says Sholmes?
Do they have Sharpies yet? When were Sharpies made? I must say, whilst such adoration is flattering, naturally, it does leave me a little cold.
What are you talking about? Leave now!
Don't mind my terrible accents. How distressing. My loyal devotee knows me only by name and not by appearance. And yet, I already know a great deal about you, sir. Do we get to do another deduction? You have a brother, I believe. Like yourself, he's a shipman. Currently traveling the world aboard a Russian steamship, in fact.
How could you know this?
Elementary, my dear Mikotoba. I don't know if that has the same ring as my dear Watson, but this is how you would react if your idol approached you. Extreme aggression. Get the hell away from me.
I'm, sure it was. 3 days ago, I was bound for London aboard this ship, you see. We're looking for one of my fellow passengers, a man by the name of Jigok.
The jig is up.
There is no one with this name on board. But we know that he purchased a ticket for passage.
Ah, you mean Eastern man. He left ship 2 hours ago. Here at Dunkirk, he said something about emergency, I think.
What? Are you sure? So, Seishiro's realized that we're after him, has he?
His cabin is the one behind you. We should like to investigate, please.
No! I have orders not to let even mouse inside.
But what if we were the mice? Mikotoba, be a good man and draw the sailor's attention away, would you? Just say this in front of him. Yeah, sure, that'll work. Make up some excuse so that he leaves the area. Yeah, he just said this in front. Doesn't great detective see that even sailors have ears, both left and right? Curses! The plan is ruined! Stop being a troll, you only have half an hour!
And you only have yourself to blame, I'm afraid, Sholmes.
Forget it. Cabin door is locked. Even if I am not here, you cannot get inside. Oh, au contraire, we can break in. Yeah, it goes back to when he thought that snakes don't have ears. Exactly. They're so useless. The snakes don't have ears. Except snakes they have ear holes. They don't need physical ears to hear. Beside the point, they probably didn't know at the time. I'll give it to him. Wasn't that beef? Yeah, exactly. That's his brother. Mikotoba, I'm sure you haven't forgotten my special talent, have you? Opening any lock. Lockpicking. With a mere 5 seconds. Oh yeah, he did say that, didn't he? He said a minute and then he went and opened the door in like 5 seconds and we were like, what the heck? So, if you'd be so kind as to afford me the requisite time, old friend, in your typically accommodating manner.
How could I refuse such a typically unappealing request, old friend? So I need to distract that burly sailor for 5 seconds, do I?
Good man. So, the game is afoot. Ah, little hognose. Listen, hognoses are adorable. They're just little drama queens from what I have seen. Flip him? That's sometimes what hognoses do. I'm gonna look at everything around. If I see someone cosplaying as Shelms, I'd probably start JoJo posing aggressively, clearly. I don't know, actually. I'd probably, like, ask to take a picture or something. It's pretty cool.
This would appear to be an alarm bell. Oh, hell would break loose if that thing were to ring. The whole crew would know about it.
Oh my god! Let's wait on that one.
No, I think not. That would never work, surely.
Yeah. No, hognose do that as a sign of high stress, that's true. But, like, wasn't it like baby hognoses? They just kind of do that because they're stressed at everything in life.
I need to concoct another distraction. That's another first-class cabin, and yet its door is completely unguarded.
Boros hasn't? That is a lot of trust, and that is a great relationship. Empty as well. I had a quick look inside earlier. Though I confess, I didn't investigate the wardrobe. Maybe there's a person hiding in there. Again. He has lunged at you. Oh. Oh. Sassy little guy. There may very well be a young Japanese fellow inside, perspiring merrily.
If you're referring to Naruhodo, you know very well that he's currently perspiring merrily in court.
Does it not strike you, though, Mikotoba? Why the man stands guard only in front of this cabin, when both are apparently vacant? He's got a point. Ooh, is Shelms trolling less because, Ryunosuke's not here? I think he is.
This must be a mousetrap, I think. Perhaps I could distract the crewman's attention with this somehow.
I'm gonna investigate a little bit to the right first.
No, I think not. It would never work, surely. Need to concoct another distraction.
Okay. What else is here? Boop, boop, boop. Does not strike me how Naruhodo is so comfortable inside a closet. Oh, wait, or is that something that Shelms says? He would say that, I feel like. Shelms in his actual detective mode.
That's a speaking tube for members of the crew to communicate with one another around the ship. If I could just persuade our stocky sailor friend that he needed to use it, Shelms could unlock the door whilst he was distracted. The question is, how?
Oh no, there's mice! Ah! Our delicate sensibilities! Shelms is always trolling, but it's like very mild in comparison to what he usually says.
That's the way back to the deck, but we certainly can't give up on this now.
Cause like, I feel like he wouldn't have like been so as blatant usually, or blatant as he was when he was like, oh yeah, they're both vacant, but why is he only guarding one door? He'd probably be more dramatic if Ryunosuke was here. I think he just likes trolling him, which is fair because everyone likes bullying that man, apparently. What's this?
Ah, the switch for the electrical lights. Perhaps if I were to turn off the lights, the crewman wouldn't be able to see what we were doing.
Would Shelms be able to see? Huh. Cause like, his goggles, do they let him see in the dark? I actually don't know. I'm gonna try this one first. Boop. What is happening? Where is light?
Now, Shelms, now!
Can he see is the question. I have a feeling he can't. Ryunosuke is incredibly bullyable. Buy it, Ryunosuke. Do it. Buy it. Nobody there.
That was a close shave.
Quite an act you have, stumbling so violently in an apparently empty corridor.
To be quiet, Shelms. I shall have to think of another approach.
Did they crash into each other? Oh, they're so coordinated. Let's go, partner. Okay, so the mousetrap, I think I might have to pull the alarm. I'm gonna have to fulfill every middle schooler's dream and pull the fire alarm. Let me do this one first. I don't think it's gonna do anything. I'm just gonna hurt myself. I'm sorry. Did he just pretend to be a mouse? Did he just... This grown man just pretended to be a mouse in front of him. Like, the mousetrap is directly within line of sight. Why? How did he think that would work? Okay. Oh my god. Why did Woo... I don't know. It's okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna go and, like, die of laughter in a corner or something. But I'll be back. Oh my god. Yeah, that's just a big old mouse. Just a freaking, what, 50-year-old mouse. Definitely. 50-year-old Japanese mouse shaped like a grown man. Just squeaking. Please let Shulms make fun of him for this. Okay, I'll be right back.
Hello, we back.
Yeah, this is still incredibly entertaining. Why is it that I always come back right when you do the while I'm away message, huh? This has happened like 3 times now. But thank you.
Alrighty, have a good one. Take care.
Anyway, or, you know, Pikachu.
Pikachu.
You know, sold my soul for that impression. That sounds like big mouse in trap.
Choo!
I will bring bucket of water later and put out of misery. Don't drown the big mouse.
I don't like the sound of that.
In any case, my dear fellow, that was quite unconvincing. Only Japanese mice make a chew sound.
Oh, really, Sholmes? And pray tell what sound your Russian mice make.
Beep pee, naturally. They're also quite unconvincing, I readily admit.
He's so much less silly now.
He's just sassy. So go ahead, Mikotoba, do a beep pee this time.
No, thank you. I'm sure I can come up with an alternative solution.
Do British mice make a caw sound? Oh. Well, time to hydrate before we pull the fire alarm. Let's do it!
Here goes then, pardon me in advance.
You, what are you doing? If we were at the sea, that would be very bad problem.
What's going on down there, Seaman Stroganov? Report at once.
Sholmes, you better appreciate this.
Sorry, sir, nothing to report. It was just a stupid trick. No, not by me, by world famous. No, as I told you. Now, Sholmes, now.
Done.
Not even 5 seconds, huh?
Well, don't stand there gulping at my brilliance, Mikotoba. In we go.
Oh, yes.
Whoa, we just phased through the door. I'm sure that guy will not see us go through. Okay, that's a lot of clothing on the ground. I hope that's just clothing and not like a person. Uh-oh. Okay. No, it's just a bunch of clothing.
Good. Great.
Wait, what the? Why is there like a ball of... Is that a towel stuffed into the speaker thing? Yeah, tore something from the wall. That's the warning sign. The warning sign's usually over there. It seems like it's structured the same as the Buria, so it was moved for some reason. It would appear that the occupant of this cabin did indeed disembark rather hurriedly. Huh.
Those clothes on the floor there, they're Seishiro's, without question.
Well, it seems we are just a little too late. Unless he's in the trunk.
Yes, by about 2 hours.
Still, whilst we're here, we should investigate thoroughly. Yeah, it does seem like a crime scene of sorts. There may well be 2 hours worth of clues to find in here.
But that burly crewman may return at any moment, Sholmes.
Indeed he may. Which makes this all the more thrilling. Of course. I guess you got a point. Post haste, we gotta go. We got a lot to look through. First of all, what's up with this?
There's a speaking tube here, look. Though it's been stoppered with some cloth. So the voices of the crewmen on the bridge aren't an annoyance, I suppose?
Thank you for the follow.
Or indeed, so that the voices in this cabin aren't heard elsewhere.
Could something have happened in here that was for no one else's ears, do you think?
Well, either that, or it could be to prevent snakes from... Oh, so Sholmes.
That's really become a favorite case of yours, hasn't it?
I mean, he referenced it twice already, but in his defense, the layout of the ship is the same. Quite the exquisite glass, I must say. See here how it...
Is something wrong, Sholmes? You suddenly trailed off?
If it's been 2 hours since someone was in this room, that should have melted. There should not be that much ice left. They're still in the room, aren't they? Ice, Mikotoba, ice! What opulence the first-class passengers enjoy! Chilled drinks!
Pardon?
Oh, he's doing that thing where he worked it out already. I mean, I worked it out at the same time, so... Oh my god, I'm becoming Sholmes. But he isn't... That, too. Ooh, that's another point that, Gregson's body would have been in the cold storage. Could it be that the steamship is equipped with an electrically refrigerated cold room, do you think?
Well, it is a luxury liner, after all. They have enormous refrigerators for storing all sorts of lavish produce as well as ice. On our voyage from Japan, we enjoyed culinary delights from all over the world.
Suddenly, Mikotoba, the sight of you is making my mouth water. What? Excuse you? Why is the game written in this way? Why is it like this? I mean, they were partners. Yeah, game. Emphasis on gay. Literally. This isn't even like the most like... This isn't even the most direct innuendo. I'm gonna refer again to the first case in the first game. Oh, you didn't think I could get you off. Just... what?
I haven't taken on the flavor of the food I ate, you know.
Are you a vampire? Love wins. Love is going to win. We're gonna save Kazuma.
This is the waste waste paper basket. Look, and there's still rubbish inside.
Ace Attorney, but no one's ace. Just gay who are very, very bi. You're right, though. Indeed. Then let us pry. I've discovered recently I have a penchant for exploring the contents of others' waste paper baskets.
I sincerely hope only for your work.
Ah. Here we have a notice issued to passengers from 3 days ago. Saddled with these unnecessary feelings is looking less and less like a confession in comparison to all of these statements. Oh no, he's a wreck! Oh no! That's why he's always teleporting places. He's in the walls!
3 days ago was the night before we arrived in London then, and I was still aboard myself.
Okay, evacuation drill notice, October 31st. Following departure from the port of hey, no, come back! No, I didn't read it!
Yes, there was an evacuation drill, I remember now. For our safety and security, all first-class passengers were constantly under the watchful eye of the crew.
Have we seen Maria Gore? Yes, we have. Oh, that's amazing. If I remember correctly, the Ace Attorney Twitter is like unhinged or something, and you know what? I love that for them.
So it was a welcome relief to have some privacy for once.
Okay, I'm gonna look at this again because it went away without me being able to read it fully, so... Wait. I'm not allowed to look at it! No! They went into Ryunosuke's infinity pockets, not ours! We don't have those! No! That's a substantial heap of clothes on the floor. An overcoat, shirts, a dressing gown.
Momohiki work trousers, a tanzen robe, a haramaki waistband. Clearly the clothing of a Japanese man.
And clearly, Japanese men are unaccustomed to the culture of the wardrobe.
It looks to me as if they've been thrown in a heap like that in something of a hurry.
Indeed, you could help yourself to a Japanese man's shirt, perhaps. I'm sure you've made mention of packing too few.
I'd very likely drown in one of Seishiro's shirts. No, I'll just buy any extras I need, I think.
How am I liking it? I'm loving it. It's great. It's kind of fun watching Sholmes be like trolly, but also incredibly productively trolly, if that makes sense. He's way less like coming off as an idiot sort of a thing. He's not playing the fool as much, and it's very funny. To me. Well, that's a very sizable trunk indeed.
Seishiro is partial to all things large.
And a rather clumsy fellow if he failed to notice he left that behind.
Perhaps he left it on purpose.
My Sholmes are Mikotoba. I think you're playing as Mikotoba, but you're going with Sholmes.
It's lighter than you might think, but still a hindrance to a speedy escape.
Can we not open it? Pity. It's locked, so we can't look inside.
Surely 5 seconds from now the situation will be quite different, though.
Sadly not. It has a 7-digit combination lock. And I'm not in a morose enough mood to work through all the combinations at present. Usually, don't they have like a backup key sort of keyhole that he could pick, theoretically? I don't know, maybe it's like too old for that or something. Yeah, he's being a full genius rather than clowning around. I mean, he's still doing a little bit of that. Mikotova just casually confirming you can easily afford London prices. Yeah. And there Ryunosuke is struggling. Poor guy. Has the sailor not barged in? We're just going we're going full throttle. We're so fast.
These are the rules of passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. Additionally, there are severe punishments for stowing away in wardrobes and/or travel cases.
This is one of those things where someone in the future looks at it and does a double take, like, who did this for this rule specifically to get added? I feel the rules have increased since I last read them. Probably just my imagination.
What about the fact that they're not straight on the wall? Doesn't that strike you?
You may be right. Probably just your imagination, though. A trifle. And you know what I always say, Mikotova? There is nothing important about trifles.
It's probably just my imagination, but I think that might be slightly off.
Okay, let's look at the wardrobe. Combination locks are notoriously easy to break. Also, they could just open the chest.
According to the report I was given, Naruhodo was concealing himself in Asugi's wardrobe.
Indeed he was, and it was of a similar size to this one. Ah! You must climb inside yourself, my dear fellow.
What? Whatever for?
It was the site of my first fateful meeting with Mr. Naruhodo. You can experience the moment for yourself now, complete with my dramatic rhetoric. Come along now, in you go. This will only take a moment.
Really, Sholmes? Surely you can just tell me what you said.
You're no fun. Well, I uttered some brilliant remark and opened the wardrobe to reveal the stowaway murderer.
I think I'll just read about it in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes.
But we didn't open it, and I think we should have. I guess it's beside the point. Books!
Plenty of reading material to keep passengers occupied on the long sea voyages. I found the mixture of classic literature and easy reading to be most satisfactory, I must say.
Whoever stocked this bookcase was a hopeless heretic. There's no copy of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, my dear fellows.
I'm afraid it's just me, but no, you're quite right. More blasphemous than overlooking the Bible.
I shall leave a copy behind. I just happen to have one with me.
You're a true missionary of the Church of Great Detectives, aren't you?
Okay, yeah.
The wall is a slightly different color just here. Do you see?
Indeed. What you have observed arises when a frame that has been hanging for some time is removed. Can we move it back now? Perhaps your friend is an art thief.
Now there's a bold deduction worthy of a great detective, I'm sure.
You may very well be the elusive thief who has been plaguing France's galleries of late.
I think perhaps we should focus our attentions elsewhere, Sholmes, don't you?
This is... Wow, this is just coming from a guy who has so much experience dealing with Sholmes' antics. It's really great. That's probably why Sholmes isn't playing up being a fool as much, because like he can't really get away with it.
That outline on the wall. I feel as though I might have spotted something of a similar shape and size elsewhere.
Who? I've never seen that before. Never. And with 4 screws nailing it in place. That crazy. Never seen this before.
Hi! How's it going, buddy?
You are still here.
We'll see then. Stroganoff, hello again.
I was beginning to think you'd never materialize. Oh, he was just buying time for him to come here. You'd never materialize.
You're waiting for me.
Of course, I was expecting you to burst in with a hearty Russian profanity far sooner. But profanity is not allowed in this game.
I was in trouble with Captain because of trick you play before. Poor innocent chicken. It is all your fault. Ship is leaving port soon. Get off now.
Of course, we shall disembark presently, my dear fellow. But first, there is something that must be done. What are you talking about? Why, naturally. The debunking of your deceit and the barring of the truth. I'm afraid I see through your lies. For one thing, Mr. Jikoku has not yet left this vessel at all. Ah! And for another, my dear Seaman Stroganov, you know exactly where the man is even as we speak, don't you? How can you...
Good gracious, Jones, you mean you've worked it out? All of it?
Oh no, don't act surprised, now he's gonna troll you! Don't! You're just gonna enable this. You also have to act like you know what happened, otherwise he's absolutely going to just mess with you for a little bit. It's really been too long, hasn't it, old friend? 10 years, no less. So, would you care to join me for a dance of my inimitable logic and reasoning? That's a very smooth line, honestly.
Nothing would please me more.
What is this? We have but minutes until the vessel puts to sea. No games now. Oh, wait, are you just gonna do this straight? Time is of the essence. Oh, he doesn't have the cut-in! Oh, wow, really, time is of the essence. Mr. Stroganov, allow me to remind you of your earlier claim. You told us that Jikoku left the ship some 2 hours ago. That is what I said. Sadly, that was a rather clumsy lie. You see, there is something in this room that quite clearly contradicts it. What? Ah, yes, of course. I see you've noted it too, Mikotoba. Then please do take the lead. Oh my god! Yeah, he's not trolling this time. That's awesome! He absolutely only messes with Ryunosuke. That's so funny. What in this cabin shows the impossibility of Jikoku having disembarked 2 hours ago? The ice! Let's see what the last 3 years have done to your observational skills then, Mikotoba. Ooh! It's so cool seeing them have the portraits! Ah, okay.
It's been 10 years since we last did this, Sholmes, not 3.
Why, of course it has, quite. Now, all the clues are here in this cabin for your eyes to see. But as I always say, you must not merely look, but observe. Observe and the answers become clear. So, impress me. I think I can manage that. Oh, this is great. I would say it's the ice. I'm pretty sure it's the ice. Oh, I can't discuss things. It's literally just go, go, go. Oh, final test. This is the final deduction.
Take that!
I noted that earlier. But why are you tap dancing? Why are you all like this? I thought you were gonna... You're all nuts, got it. Perhaps you should have cleared away that glass. How curious that the ice shouldn't have melted, despite it being abandoned 2 hours ago. It would appear that the man was here in this very cabin until moments before our arrival. With this well-chilled glass in hand.
Get your mind off the refreshments, Sholmes.
One might even conclude that somebody informed him of our boarding. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Stroganov?
But why would Sei Sou run from us?
Well, before we consider that question, allow me to confirm one small matter. Would I be correct in saying that these first-class cabins of the SS Grouse are the same ones in which you and Mr. Jikoku were accommodated on your voyage from Japan? It is a dance of deduction, you're right. I didn't realize all the spinning was like actually dancing. If that's the case, then Sholmes and Ryunosuke aren't very good at dancing. I just thought they were JoJo posing. The only one actually dancing here is Mikotoba, and that is what he's been doing the past 10 years.
That's right, they are. I was in the cabin next door, and Sei Sou was yes. 50 days in this very cabin during our voyage.
As I suspected, for you see, there are traces in this cabin of a dark secret that Mr. Jigoku had to hide. Ryunosuke is just a bad dancer, Sholmes is accommodating him. Well, we'll have to see here in this one then. All he's doing is spinning. I don't know, I don't see him dancing.
What traces? I know nothing about this.
Ah, this is news to you, is it, Mr. Stroganov?
Sholmes, what exactly are you getting at?
As I said, there are traces in this cabin of some nefarious activity. Something that appears out of place, which I'm quite sure won't have escaped your notice. The notice!
Something out of place in here?
Better than the wiggle dance? You're right. 100 times better than that. You're absolutely right. That's the key to this, Mikotoba. The remnants of the dark deed that took place in here are being masked by something quite incongruous. I must say, I didn't foresee ever doing this dance of deduction with you again, Mikotoba. I love it. I love this music so much. This is so hype.
No, quite. But life is full of unexpected twists and turns, as we well know. Now then, let's see if I can't uncover the truth here.
Yes, you have the floor, my dear fellow. This is so fun. Can I... Which one... Okay, what is hiding it? It would be this one. I'm glad that they worded the question in this way because it could be either thing if it's just what is out of place, but yeah. Good thing they reworded that question. There we go, the tap dancing! Happy feet it up!
It's the rules of passage in this frame here. They're obviously out of place. The way they're hanging crooked on the wall, as if they were put there in a hurry.
Yes, as I'm sure you've already concluded. That frame was originally over here. The shape and size are a perfect match. You are right. When did frame move? Hardly the most observant of crewmen, are you, Mr. Stroganov? I would think your captain is quite justified in having his reservations about your reliability. Oh my god, Sholmes. Sheesh. Go!
Oh, dear, that really seemed to touch a nerve.
So, Mikotoba, why don't you lift that frame off the wall? Sassy Sholmes, I'm living for it.
That looks like a bullet hole. Who has been shooting walls?
I see the projectile has been removed. Clearly, the careful occupant of this room has already disposed of it. Now then, Mr. Stroganov. Gah! I have the distinct impression that you're attempting to shield said occupant.
I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I try to protect Eastern Stranger?
Ah, so we're talking about the same man, I see. Good.
Good.
God, I love this so much. I'm sure we can get to the bottom of this in no time, aren't you? Because there's some very noteworthy evidence that explains the reason why you're lying for the man. Yes, you've been told to keep up this pretense, as clearly shown by...
I really don't know how to approach this one, Sholmes.
Ah, my dear Mikotoba, simply keep first principles in mind. Study your subject from every angle, and I'm quite sure that you'll see it. In fact, I'd put a wager on it.
So I'm to glare at the fellow from all sides? Well, I can certainly do that.
All right, spin! Oh, he's been paid off.
Take that!
Spin!
The dance of accusation of bribery. It's almost too obvious for words.
Quite. The universal language of the world. Money.
And I wager that the Eastern fellow in question is Seishiro Jigoku, yes? Gah! So, I presume you realize what this means. There are clear signs that a crime has been committed in this cabin. And the way you're going, sir, you'll find yourself accused of being an accomplice. But...
I believe you know, Mr. Stroganov. You know where Mr. Jigoku is hiding at this precise moment in time. As always, Mikotoba, in matters of deduction, the furtive glance is your unfaltering ally.
Yes, I think you're onto something there, Sholmes. You found the chink in this burly fellow's armor.
We need only follow the man's gaze to know where our prey is hiding. Everyone is hiding in cases, safes, and wardrobes that feel like they shouldn't fit them. The slightest flicker of the pupils, a minutely delayed blink. Nothing escapes my attention, even that which is barely perceptible.
You could hardly call this barely perceptible, Sholmes. The man's turned his entire head. It's not exactly what you'd describe as a furtive glance, is it? It's almost too obvious.
We shall let your tapping toes decide, my dear fellow. Oh, I'm glad he's still looking at— Is it seriously the trunk?
How is he fitting in there?
How would he fit in there? Jikoku is built like a tank.
Take that!
No way! I should have threatened to, like, shake the trunk.
You turned immediately to look at this large trunk, didn't you?
He's a contort— Clearly.
Gah! The truth is, Seishiro Jigoku was unable to escape from the ship in time. And he's at this very moment, doing his best to stifle his breath inside this trunk.
If he still has a breath to take, I fear he may be running dangerously low on air. I imagine he didn't count on us making a nuisance of ourselves for quite so long. I think it would be in everyone's best interest for us to open the trunk as quickly as possible.
But how can we? Are you forgetting about the combination lock?
Well, if he— Wait, is he unconscious? And there's the question. If he's conscious, we can ask him for the code. But if he's unconscious, then that's actually a lot worse.
We don't know the 7-digit code.
The combination lock can't be opened from inside the trunk. Therefore, there must have been an arrangement for somebody to open it after our departure. That's true.
Of course.
Probably the guy he paid off. In short, before Jikoku hid himself inside that trunk, he must have told somebody the 7-digit number for the lock. As I'm sure you can confirm, Mr. Stroganov.
I know nothing about combination code.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh wait, it's upside down. It's not Sholmes. It's 5. 5. What number is that? 5 something 31045. Is that a 2? That's a weird looking 2. That's why they— I mean, to be fair, from this angle, it's not a 3. But that does make sense, actually. Don't move a muscle, my good seaman.
Oh.
Now, Mikotoba, would you do the honors and open the trunk? Is that a 2? I think that's a 2. Yeah. 5231045. 5231045.
How on earth do you expect me?
Come on. It's a 7-digit number, remember. Quickly now, we have little time. Dang, I've become more like Sholmes, I'm proud. It's right here. Come on, come on, come on. Oh! Ah! Oh, I can review. Okay, that's good. It was 5... Was that a 2 is the question. What, 5, 2, 3... 0... I'm trying to see if I can remember. 1, 4, 5? Am I right? 5, 2, 3, 1, 0, 4. Dang it! Wait. 5, 2, 3, 1, 0, 4, 5. Yeah. I hope it's a 2. It was a 2. I broke him! We're in the void now! Is Jikoku okay? Oh, I was in front of the arm.
I did it! It's open! You had to meddle, didn't you?
How did you fit in there? I know that trunk is enormous, or like, wow, okay.
Well, Eugene, you've Eugene, you found me now.
You squish.
Sei Sou.
How in the blazes?
I was really hoping beyond hope not to find you here, you know?
Well, maybe that's why you can't die from a broken neck. Everyone has very, very, very flexible necks. Clearly, that's obviously how that works.
What? You're not entirely unsurprised, I take it?
No, quite. I just wish it were some other way. Well, are you ever going to introduce me?
Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Sholmes. I've read stories of many of your exploits. Excuse my manners, Sholmes. This is Mr. Jigoku, my old friend and traveling companion.
The devil is in the details, Mikotoba. I believe you meant to say your old friend and traveling companion, who made the cowardly decision to flee the country without a word to anyone when things turned sour. Sholmes is so freaking sassy. I didn't realize how much he was holding back while the children were around. Oh my goodness!
I see my reputation precedes me as well. What an honor. Well, Seishiro, are you going to explain all this? You know it all by now, I imagine. What you didn't know, of course, is that 3 days ago, on the night before our arrival in Britain, an attempt was made on my life here on this very ship.
Well, I mean, flame, roasting, you need a flame for that.
By the Reaper of the Bailey? Yes, I've since heard. Because you were once prosecuted by the Reaper, weren't you? 10 years ago now, mind you. And I had no idea at the time what a dangerous individual he was. Anyway, when we arrived in London to find the symposium was postponed until goodness knows when, it became all too apparent to me that I might very well be targeted again.
So, you decided to flee the capital, without saying a word to me about it.
I'm afraid so, yes. Of course, I realize now that I really ought to have confided in you.
It's somewhat surprising, I must say.
What is?
Well, first-class cabins aboard luxury steamships are in very short supply. It's more than a little hard to believe that this one just happened to be available.
So says the protagonist of some colorful short stories. Well, I don't care for your opinion.
Oh man, the girls are fighting.
The cabin did just happen to be available, so I purchased a ticket and here I am. I've just seen for myself the obvious remnants of that incident in this cabin. So you'd already purchased your return ticket before we even docked in Dover, had you? To prevent anyone else taking this cabin and seeing the evidence, is that it?
Who are you protecting? Oh no. The thing is, like, if he's hiding it like this, I feel like he's protecting Kazuma. And that's really, really dangerous.
Eugene, I have nothing to say to you.
Well, in a mere 5 minutes, this ship will set off on its onward voyage and not make port again until Italy. I'm afraid we must insist that you disembark with us at once.
You have no jurisdiction over my movements. We have this, Seishiro. Take it.
What do we have? Department of Metropolitan Police. Is that a warrant?
What is it? It's a subpoena from the Old Bailey. You're a man of the law. You know what the ramifications of ignoring a document like this from the British courts would be. You came prepared then, Eugene.
Wow, his expression is terrifying.
Come on, let's go.
One moment.
What is it, Sholmes?
Inside Mr. Jigoku's trunk, I found this rather fascinating trinket. Gregson's watch thing! Oh, shoot! Okay, that wasn't on the gun then. I can just, let me just remove that bit of my crack theory. That's the piece of Gregson's watch. Was Gregson in the trunk? Chikoku, what did you do? Why has everyone been doing crime? Stop it! Crime bad?
What is that? What is that, Seishiro? I can't help you, I'm afraid. Some small component from something. But what, I have no idea. By the look on his face, I think he genuinely doesn't know. Oh, no. Okay, so he did not do anything. Maybe.
Well, let us pocket it as a small souvenir of our brief sojourn in France. I know what this is. Here's the thing. I'm having such strong reactions because I really love everyone in this game. They're all just so great, and therefore, when they're doing things that are detrimental to their, like, safety... See, don't you hear those sirens? They're coming for them! But, like, when they do stuff like that, where they don't care about their own safety or well-being, I'm just like, no! Oh yeah, no, I know what you mean. I've definitely said I was annoyed when I wasn't, like, annoyed. It'd be a very different mood.
Well, young Naruhodo, I think we've done as much as we can, I'm afraid.
Everyone's doing crime.
The rest will be on the shoulders of you and your assistant.
And you mean your daughter? Well, actually addressing her by her title would be more, like, respectful in this case. Never mind. Hey, we're gonna mail you a piece of the watch! I don't think I have it, do I? Wait! They mailed us! They mailed it to us! Instant transmissioned it over! Okay, what does it say? Because this disappeared earlier. Following departure from the port of Dunkirk, all crew members are required to assemble on the main deck at 10 p.m. in order to review evacuation procedures. The drill will take 20 minutes. Crew to resume duties as soon as the drill is over. Can I, like... You see these little things all over the place, don't you? The part on the top of a pocket watch that you twist to set the time, isn't it?
It's called the crown, I believe. A watch would be quite useless without one.
The crown, like what sits on top of a monarch's head? Well, it's a very grand name for such a tiny part. But actually...
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo?
If this is a crown, I have a feeling I might have seen a monarch around here somewhere with a very bare head.
If by monarch you mean pocket watch, then I'm quite sure you have.
She just sent it through the little Bluetooth thing. Can I look at this now and just connect them together? Okay, can I connect these now? We're still in court? Yes, we are. They just mailed it to us, like, instantly. What do you think, Mrs. Sato?
I feel sure I know exactly what will fit here.
Really? I was just thinking precisely the same thing.
We're about to see that the little round component is actually part of Inspector Gregson's broken pocket watch.
Really? I was just thinking precisely that too. Dun dun dun!
A perfect fit.
I knew it. Alright. Perhaps you knew it.
I'll make a note of this new information at once.
There it is. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is worrying news. Well. Kazuma Masugi, I know you. And I know you wouldn't lie. But still, there's no doubt that you're holding something back. You know more than you're saying. I keep forgetting about that.
During the past 30 minutes, while this court was adjourned, all possible effects were expended.
Oh, efforts, not effects.
But sadly, Mr. Chikoku's whereabouts could not be asked.
What do you mean? We found him! Huh? We must accept the unfortunate conclusion that the Reaper has already done the deed. But he's alive. There's no sense in wasting any more of the court's time. The prosecution calls for an immediate verdict.
Objection.
He's alive. No, the trial cannot end now. You're a Japanese man, Ryunosuke. You should know when to lay down your sword. And you should know never to presume when the battle is won. The court has already been presented with all the evidence and heard all relevant testimony. And there can only be one conclusion, that the accused is guilty. All relevant testimony. Far from it. Well, there's still a crucial witness, from whom the court is yet to hear a single word of testimony. Kazuma? Like, if we're assuming that Jigoku isn't gonna be here yet, Kazuma? In that case, call your witness to the stand at once, counsel. Yes, my lord. Tomorrow, if possible.
The witness is already on his way and scheduled to arrive tomorrow.
Ah, okay, Jigoku. Who on earth is this crucial witness? Sei Sou Jigoku. The very man allegedly murdered by the Reaper. Judge Jigoku, you found him? Yeah, we have. You've done a shoddy job of it. Stop doing that.
But the investigations of every policing resource in the capital suggest that Jigoku is already dead. How in the name of God did you find the man?
Oh, he was located in France during the recess, at the port of Dunkirk. Thanks to one of Mr. Sherlock Sholmes's famous deductions.
Sherlock Sholmes. Man, his hit list is so long. Sherlock Sholmes.
Inspector Gregson almost certainly met with Mr. Jigoku on the night of his death. Because along with Prosecutor Asogi, Gregson was on a mission to assassinate the man. You gonna say that he wasn't there? Because I have evidence now. Which means that Seishiro Jigoku is the sole witness, who can clarify exactly what happened aboard the SS Grouse on the 31st of October.
Well, it would appear that it's too soon to move to adjudication at this point.
The prosecution concurs. The court must hear Mr. Jigoku's testimony. No judgment should be passed until all testimony has been considered. Stop doing that!
In that case, I hereby call the end of today's proceedings. Court will convene at the same hour tomorrow. No objections from either side.
No, my lord. No objections, my lord. Well, it is not the final trial. We live to fight another day. By the skin of our teeth. Oh boy. It was... Man, that was a really, really cool segment. Being able to see Sholmes in his element without goofing around is really, really cool. Oh, we're investigating again! To be continued for a little bit longer. The unexpected halt of proceedings sent a clamor around the courtroom. But outside the Bailey, where Londoners knew nothing of the secret trial within, it was a typical still night. Then, at a little past 8 o'clock that evening, Mr. Sholmes and his partner returned to Baker Street. Without goofing around, I can just say without Ryunosuke. Yeah, you're right. Without Ryunosuke. We have returned, my dear fellows! Welcome back to Britain, and thank you for your timely help. Think nothing of it. I believe you've had an even more wearing day than Mikotoba and I know. You could say that. We were on the brink of defeat in court earlier. So this prosecutor, Asogi, had you on the ropes, did he? And he's your best friend, you say? Well... He's not really the man I knew in Japan anymore. Kazuma's... changed.
Oh, Mr. Naruhodo.
I mean, it's incredible to think that he'd even entertain the idea of acting as the Reaper's assassin. Well, nevertheless, you must introduce me. After all, I've only ever met the young man as a corpse. When all this started, almost a year ago now. He never used to put 2 fingers to his temple. Like, actually, he might have. Mr. Sholmes still hasn't told us the truth about what really happened back then. About the motivation for what he himself described as a great detective's lie. Now then, I must say, it's really quite a journey all the way to France.
Well, it is another country, Mr. Sholmes, so what news of Judge Jigoku? Stuffed in a trunk.
We took him to Scotland Yard. The investigating detectives there have a lot of questions for the man.
Poor Professor Mikotoba, this must be quite a shock for him. Ah, yes, I picked this up at the telegraph office on our way home. What is it? Surely you haven't forgotten already. I put upon you for the matter only yesterday.
You put upon me, Sholmes. I had to fill out your telegram to Japan and foot the bill as well.
Oh, you've had a reply already?
Oh, shoot, that was a while. Oh, that was like... God, that was a day ago? Sheesh. What was so urgent though, Mr. Sholmes? Such matters can wait until later. I'm far too hungry for an involved conversation at present.
Well, that's good news, because supper is ready, everyone.
And what a feast it is! If I were none the wiser, I'd think the trial were won already. Roast beef, kippers, stew, steak, and kidney pie. Yorkshire pudding.
Tomorrow could be a very long day, so eat up.
In that case, I think I'll seat myself just here. This place appears to be the only one set with a helping of pheasant as well.
Oh, sorry, Hurley, not there.
Why ever not? Are we in set places this evening?
Yes, and that place is for Susie's daddy.
For me?
That's right. I made it especially for you, Professor Mickey.
I see. Well, that's terribly kind of you.
It's, a shame, really.
What do you mean?
Well, for a brief moment, I believed it. That Susie and I were half-sisters, I mean.
Oh!
Kelsey! Hi! Dang it, I was gonna raid you later. Hello! Welcome in! I'm going through emotional roller coasters and deep concern for characters. But yeah, also if you need to go rest, then go rest. If not, hello! We are, we're about to discuss some tea. Did he cheat on his wife or not? Find out next now! You know, I'll put up, Baldur's Gate 3 was fun though. Can't wait for patch 8 to drop. By the way, if you haven't played Greatest Attorney, you totally should. And also this is the last case, so mega spoilers.
Escape if you need to. This is really good and I highly recommend it.
Is he the father? Who knows?
Iris, do you mean...
Yes, I know now. I overheard yesterday. I secretly listened into the conversation you had after I tricked you all into thinking I'd left.
Yeah, that makes sense. What? Oh, that's great. This 10-year-old's a doctor. Desirous? Well, here's the thing. That wasn't her dad. She made an assumption. So we don't know who her dad is. My current theories are either Gregson or Clint Van Zeeks. Because she was born 10 years ago, that was around the professor case, and those are the only other characters I think that would work. Sholmes was 18. I mean, I guess he could be the dad. But I don't think so. I do think that he took her in on behalf of someone else. So, I don't know. It's one of those two, just because, like, if it was anyone else involved in the case, everyone else is Japanese, and I think that this game is shown that the characters are racist enough to point out that she was half Japanese, if she was at this point. So, my guess is either of those two. The misunderstanding arose because of that autopsy report from 10 years ago. But, actually, turned out that neither Dr. Wilson nor Professor Mikotoba are Iris's father. Oh, did we actually establish— I mean, I'm pretty sure that he isn't, but, like, did we actually, like, say it outright? Who knows? Yes, about that, Iris. You know,
Oh no. You can't tell me at the moment.
Oh, Iris.
The pheasant is by way of an apology. I'm sorry for eavesdropping.
Oh, no, that's quite alright. Yeah, Sholmes knows who the dad is. It's interesting that he has to keep it secret, and the only other things he's been so strict about secrets for has just been the Professor case, Hound of the Baskervilles case. Like, that's the same case. So it has to be involving that. Then why don't I get any apologetic pheasant? Because you kept it from her for 10 years. So, just who is Iris' father? Well, I suppose that's not something we'll be finding out today. So then, let us dine, while our largely pheasantless plates are still piping hot. A fine idea, Sholmes. All looks absolutely delicious.
Eat as much as you like. There are always seconds. Except for the pheasant, there's only one.
Yeah, I like the idea of them being half-sisters. I think it would have been cute, but... Give her a wine glass. If it shatters in her hands, it's a Van Zeeks thing. It's hereditary. This could be our last chance to ask questions before tomorrow's trial. About that telegram from Japan and about Kazuma. I can't let this opportunity slip away. June, hello! You're Iris's dad. You know what? You're right. Wait, is Sholmes okay? You're right. You are Iris's dad. June, how could you leave her for 10 years and then keep it from her like this? Why would you do that? No. Why did you go to get milk? Now, why is he sitting like that? Did he get a stomach ache? Mr. Sholmes? What are you doing? Maybe she should have studied harder. June, she's a doctor at age 10! What do you mean she should have studied harder? She's already a doctor! Actually! She's a doctor and a very successful author and a chemist! What more can she do? Thank you for the follow. Why not at the age of 9? Oh, shoot, you're right. Well, then again, she's a doctor at the age of 10, which means that she could have been a doctor earlier than that. You know, because we only met her at the age of 10. Maybe she was a doctor at 7. We don't know that. Does it say in the people's thing? No, it doesn't say, but she has a degree in medicine and a successful author, and she's an engineer and a chemist, and she is the everything. Dang, the expectations are so high. At this point, she made like Bluetooth. I'm sure she would have made a computer at some point. It's probably in the wall somewhere. By 10, you should have saved the world. Ah, shoot, you're right. Well, we're working on that. We're rectifying a mistake from 10 years ago. Yeah, what is he doing? Being mopey. Surely, it's abundantly clear that I wasn't brooding over Mikotoba's refusal to share his pheasant with me. Nevertheless, I felt the need to withdraw from the social circle for a while and look on with hungry eyes.
Sorry, Hurley, but I cooked that pheasant especially for Susie's daddy.
Even though I've played the role of father to you for far longer. Mr. Schultz, could I discuss some things with you? Certainly, my dear fellow. I find myself quite in the mood for a spell of conversation. God, Sholmes is so funny. No doubt you're hungry to learn more of my deep love of game. I can probably contain my curiosity on that one. Ah! Dang it! I need to keep my curiosity on that one. I'm really running out on the, holding back the ads. There's only so much I can do. I'm sorry. The void is back again. I only have so much power. Ugh. But I shall be right back. Probably do a little bit of stretching. Oh wow, you're back already? That's crazy. I don't know how this the ad break works. It does seem like I don't know. Grill cleaning ad. Anyway, I will be right back. Hi. What's up? Did I walk into anything? Are you guys up to something? Watching ya. Tea. I have a little bit of tea left. Hold on. Oh my god, hi! Thank you so much for the raid! Hello! My brain keeps fighting over which name to call you by. It just keeps having like a little fight. But yeah, thanks for popping in. Yeah. We are on the last case. If you want to avoid spoilers for Great Ace Attorney 2, then you might want to dip. But otherwise, thank you for popping in. If you need to go rest, then take a rest. Otherwise, hello. I realize I haven't really introduced myself after all the raids, but like, hi. I'm Sei Sou. I'm Julia. I stream. I voice act. Whoa. How am I doing? Emotionally compromised. Oh, this freaking game. Freaking heck. God, I love it so much. It's so fun. That's a freaking mood, literally. I don't even know how to refer to myself, to be honest. I'm just having an identity crisis. It's fine. We all have those at constant hours of the day, obviously. But yeah. You needn't look at me in that fashion. Well. In what fashion? Yeah, this is honestly, I think that because like at this point I'm considering Great Ace Attorney like to be just connected as one long game of just 12 cases at this point, or 10 cases at this point. Oh, Kaizo Iron. Oh shoot, best of luck. I've heard of those rules. Well, yeah. Best of luck with class. And take care. We're gonna have, hopefully a little bit of exposition. I don't know. In what fashion? It seems that before we discuss the pheasant, we have some rather unpheasant matters to discuss. Oh, Shelves is my favorite freaking character. Oh, man. No, that sucks. I hope that you get a lucky run. Wait, hold on. First of all, the armband! Dang it, okay, nothing. Mr. Sholmes, would you mind looking at this? This is hardly the time, Mr. Naruhodo, as I'm sure you will appreciate. Ooh, oh shoot! He's being serious. Oh, no, of course not. My attention is entirely drawn to one single matter now. The pheasant! Anyone would think you hadn't eaten in weeks. Alrighty. Oh yeah. Oh, you know what you missed? You missed a very actually kind of serious deduction from Sholmes, where he wasn't goofing around and that he wasn't trolling Ryunosuke because Ryunosuke was not there. Alright, let's see. So, what was in the telegram you received back from Japan then? Ah, this! I thank my lucky stars it arrived in time. Record found as indicated. Duplicate follows. K. Asugi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. Oh, this is the message that we intercepted with the Morse code. What? Those 4 names. We've come across that exact list before. They came up in that unforgettable case last spring. What appeared to be a simple case of aggravated murder turned out to be masking monumental intrigue. A plot that involved the sale of British governmental secrets to foreign states. In exposing the means by which those secrets were being leaked, we deciphered a fragment of a message. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson. But we didn't find the names out until the case was over, and we never did get to the bottom of what they meant. All we knew was that the information had been sent by somebody in the British government to somebody in Japan.
Run from it, hide from it. It all comes back to me.
It's always McGriddled.
You can't escape my...
Oh man. Anyway, so why are the names coming up again now?
Yes, where did the sender of your telegram discover them, Mr. Sholmes?
I have here the message I had wired yesterday. Allow me to read it to you. Enter Judge Jikoku's office undetected and investigate telegram records. Expect to find communication from Britain dated 1 year ago. List of 4 names. Need by tomorrow. Naruhodo. I sent it to a detective I know who specializes in clandestine missions of this nature. Did he sign it as... No, I see the Arlok Sholmes on that. Hosonaga-san! He's back! The goat! We can always count on him to just go against the law to help us out. We love Hosonaga. Look at that turtle on his head. Let's go!
You asked Inspector Hosonaga to undertake such an onerous task for you?
And in my name? I wonder what guise he opted for this time. My dear fellows, it was a matter of great urgency, you understand. Anyway, the list of names was found in Seishiro's office, as Sholmes predicted. So you mean that mysterious collection of names that was sent from Britain to Japan was...
It was sent to Judge Jikoku. He was the intended recipient.
I don't believe it. Why is everyone sus? I can't trust anyone.
But that doesn't answer the question of what the list of names actually signifies.
I thought it was a hit list, and I'm getting more and more scared that it is not a hit list. Please... Weirdly, the hit list is the better option right now. 'Cause, like, if it's not a hit list, then what would that be like the Reaper organization? I don't like that idea. I really don't like that idea. I'm just going to continue to, I guess, hope that it was a hit list. How is a hit list better? At least then they aren't going out committing murders. I want to believe in Bestie. I did formulate a hypothesis about that. But without a shred of evidence, I couldn't possibly have shared it. Please share it. Mr. Sholmes looks deadly serious for once. Oh no. And we don't get to know it, huh? Okay. Alright. Oh, I'm scared. That tragedy we had to go through on the SS Buria. It was all for nothing. Kazuma wasn't dead at all. We were completely taken in by the lie you told us. Your great detective's lie. They mourned for a year. It's pretty messed up. I took no pleasure in deceiving you. However, at the time, all that concerned me was preventing the young man's study tour from taking place, whatever the cost. What? I capitalized on the events that transpired to see that he was sent back to Japan.
His remains, you mean?
Precisely, Mrs. Sato. And then I made sure that somebody else was sent to Britain in his stead.
Oh, my, you mean...
The arrangement between our two countries was already in place. One university student lawyer and one judicial assistant to be accommodated on a study tour. In other words, by arranging for someone else to fill the place originally intended for Mr. Asogi. Yeah, I would successfully prevent the man from arriving on our shores for several years at least. Wait, do you mean to say that it was all in aid of stopping Kazuma coming to Britain? That's why you... Think back, Mr. Naruhodo. Was there not somebody who quite casually urged you to continue on the voyage to England? The terms of this study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. In the light of Mr. Asoki's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know. All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely.
But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer.
The voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find yourselves another suitable lawyer. So, you manipulated me. Oh, he's been doing that the whole time. I've often remarked on the extraordinary lengths to which friendship will drive a man. I was quite sure that you would rise to the challenge for your late friend. I don't believe it.
But if it was all contrived... I mean, what happened was treated by the authorities as murder. A woman was mistakenly arrested as the perpetrator. What do you suppose became of her?
Oh, yeah! Okay! We actually are addressing what happened to her. Oh, naturally, I didn't allow the misapprehension to have any serious repercussions. I subsequently explained everything and assisted the unfortunate soul in finding the foreign refuge she sought. I seem to remember Mrs. Sato and I had some rather strong words for her. Well, she was certainly not devoid of all guilt. She deserved every word, I'm sure. I wonder if she made it to America then. So at that point, she already knew that she didn't commit a murder, but she knew that it could have been a murder. And those were the consequences that would have happened. And she was just really lucky. Okay.
I'm afraid I simply cannot comprehend it. Why would you go to such lengths, Mr. Sholmes? Why were you so determined to stop Kazuma-sama from reaching Britain?
The truth is, 12 months ago, there was already a very tangible omen of the impending tragedy, you see.
Oh,
An omen that at this very moment in time is close at hand. An omen of all these tragic events that already existed a year ago is close at hand? We need to find out exactly what Mr. Sholmes knows. Huh? Wait, what? Do I have to present something to you? Do I have to examine something? Is it the pheasant? Do I have to present something? Can I discuss this with you a bit more? There was no room for doubt with your instructions in this telegram, Mr. Sholmes. You were very clear that it was Judge Jigoku's office that should be searched, so you obviously knew that's where the list of names would be found.
K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, J. Wilson.
But we only learned of those 4 names just over 6 months ago now. And only because they appeared as part of the top secret government communications that were leaked. That's true, yes, but at the time you were unaware of the background. You see, those 4 names were wired to Japan around 6 months before that. Approximately this time last year, in fact, when you were both still in Japan. Oh. There's no way for Kazuma to have been a Reaper. I think that it's a hit list. Weird that I'm hopeful that it's a hit list. It really would be hypocrisy on my part to reprove others for intercepting state secrets. Because after all, I'm perpetually eavesdropping on communications between the British and Japanese governments. That's a crime! Sholmes! Sholmes! You're perpetually doing what? How? Never mind the details, but you should know. No secret is safe from Herlock Sholmes when he has designs on knowing it. Oh boy, international crimes! Oh my god, dude. You're gonna get in so much trouble one day.
Oh my, Mr. Sholmes! What a fabulous line!
Now, 1 month after that list of 4 names was wired to the recipient, Jigoku, in Japan, well, Dr. John H. Wilson was murdered. Okay, so, hit list. As soon as I learned of the incident, a hypothesis rapidly took shape in my mind. As it turned out, I was partly correct, and partly mistaken. We leaked government secrets in a public court. Yeah, we really don't have room to talk. Fair enough. Nevertheless, it was the beginning of all the tragic events that were to follow.
Mr. Sholmes, please, tell us all you know. Tell us about these 4 names and the tragedy to which they're all somehow connected.
Do it, do it, do it, do it. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. As I said, when I learned of Dr. Wilson's murder in Japan, my mind immediately turned to those 4 names. Because you see, there was someone else on the list who I believe to be recently deceased. What? Who? A Shin, as it was transcribed in Japanese script. In actual fact, Miss Asashin. Why was this one line of questioning split into like 4 prompts? I don't know. It helps us figure I don't know, it gives us something to do. We're doing things! Was Manny Memo just a reporter? Yes, he was just a reporter who was very dissatisfied with the way that the governments were handling things. So he decided to commit murder! And that was a familiar name to me. She was a professional killer, well known among London's unsavory classes. Oh, I see. But she had completely vanished from existence several months before Wilson's murder. Assassin, the professional killer. So I came to the logical conclusion that she had herself been killed. and accordingly I became fearful for the lives of the remaining 2 persons on the list, cause he knew Gregson, and he knows the name Asogi.
Okay, Asogi and T. Gregson.
Owing to our proximity, I decided to take measures to protect Gregson myself. But I determined it would be safest if young Asogi were to stay away from Britain. So that's why you went to such lengths to prevent his study tour from going ahead. Do you think her mom knew? Maybe her mom was just being clever. Hey, wouldn't it be funny if I named her Assassin? She's gonna, she's like, you know, gonna kill our hearts? I don't know. There's no good way to spin that one. Huh. Exactly.
So, you already knew who Cosmo-sama was, Mr. Sholmes?
She could have had her name legally changed. I want to be edgy and cool, so I'm gonna change my name to Assassin, a professional killer. Maybe not even legally. Congrats on the birth of your son, do more crime. Actually it's do more crime. Anyway. Oh yeah, and also the person, Dade Man.
Oh, yes, Sholmes and I have exchanged correspondence for years. I've recounted many tales about Asogi to him in my letters, and the news of Dr. Wilson's death, of course.
So, Dr. Wilson is dead then? I didn't know.
Oh no! This is how she finds out! Well, he's not your dad, but also, yeah, he is dead.
I know he wasn't my daddy, but still, that's very sad.
Yeah, I'm so sorry, Iris.
I'm so sorry, Iris. We knew the significance of the name, obviously, but... we just couldn't bring ourselves to tell you.
No.
But what you just told us, Mr. Sholmes, doesn't completely tie in with the facts. There's one big hole in your hypothesis.
A big hole, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, you mean about Asashin, I presume?
Yeah, she's not dead. She is now.
Oh, of course!
Exactly. She wasn't killed, was she? She was in Japan, posing as a visiting student under the assumed name of Giselle Brett. I'm glad you're keeping up, my dear fellow. But I only became aware of that fact 2 days ago, in the foyer of the Great Waterloo Hotel. And upon hearing that startling revelation, the hypothesis that I'd formed surrounding those 4 names was completely turned topsy. What? Topsy? The Topsy hypothesis. We are nearing the ending. This is the last case. What do you mean when you say your hypothesis was turned topsy, Mr. Sholmes? I had believed all 4 names on the list to be the names of victims. However, I was mistaken.
Very much so, Asashin.
I was saying assassin.
Asashin was a killer. So this telegram is a list of both victims and killers, is it?
Wait. Where's the list of names? What order were they in? Actually, I can look in the court record. It's here. Hold on. So... Scene... killed Wilson. Uh-oh. I think that Cosmo was supposed to kill Gregson. Oh no. Oh no. Not again. No. He said he didn't kill anyone. I really hope that's true, buddy. Indeed, and it would seem that Miss Sheen was dispatched from Britain with the sole intention of dispatching Dr. Wilson. Her visiting student status being merely a front. I think it's Strongheart who organized everything, but I'm worried that Cosmo was actually, I guess, the figurative tool used in this. Oh boy. I wasn't expecting it from Cosmo. Cosmo was a tool and a fool.
Which would explain, of course explain why no motive could be determined for her actions.
So the real reason Dr. Wilson was killed by Assassin is because he was the target of an assassination. He didn't die by sword, no, but... Well, I'm pretty sure that... Gregson had a gun, didn't he? He had 2 guns. Kazuma also could have had a gun because all of the judiciary were issued a gun. So... Either that or he didn't do it. Maybe he didn't do it and he, like, was close to and then just didn't actually follow through with it. Hopefully. And forearmed with that knowledge, fresh consideration of this, telegram puts the list in a very different perspective. What do you mean? Well, does it not strike you? There is another among the 4 who subsequently became a visiting student. Oh, I hate this. Wait, you mean... But of course, a name you know only too well. You mean... Kazuma! Oh! He... did say in court earlier today. Yes, on October 31st I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk in order to carry out a mission. But it wasn't to kill Jigoku.
And the mission was?
The assassination of the Mark. He never lied! I guess he never lied! Oh my god! Ah! Young Mr. Asagi accepted that mission a year ago now. Surely not. In conclusion, this document is a contract of sorts. An international agreement, one might say, detailing an assassin exchange. God, it's not a foreign exchange student program, it is an assassin exchange student program, oh my god. An assassin exchange. How could Kazuma possibly have got involved in something like that? Now here's the other question, why did he bring... If he was doing this, why did he bring Ryunosuke? Why would he? Oh, I'm so worried. I'm so concerned. Fall Guy. I hope not! No! No, he wouldn't, right? No! Let's assume that we have 2 parties, each wishing to dispose of a distinct individual. God, I hope he wasn't using him as a fall guy. I really, really, really hope that's not what happened. Those 2 parties then make a contract to swap their respective assassination targets. That would then be an assassin's exchange.
So, to begin with, the British assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Japan where she kills her target. And then, the Japanese assassin is dispatched as a visiting student to Britain in order to eliminate his target.
Thank you for the follow!
It certainly does sound like an exchange.
But what on earth is the point?
Don't forget, Naruhodo, that the British assassin at least escaped conviction. Thanks to diplomatic immunity afforded by consular jurisdiction.
I really hope he didn't have to. Oh, please no. Yes,
Such jurisdiction should be null and void under the terms of the new treaty between our 2 countries. So the fact that he was brought into play suggests intervention at the very highest levels.
the highest levels. These murders were 2 sides of the same coin, linked not by a common motive, but by contractual agreement. As such, they appeared utterly unrelated. Yet in truth, the assassins were complicit in one singular devilish scheme. That disassociation and the safeguard of diplomatic immunity were, I believe, the motivation behind this plot.
But, oh wait a minute, Sholmes. If this telegram really is describing the exchange of assassins, as you're suggesting, it would mean that the Japanese killer's target was never Seishiro Jigoku at all. It would mean Asagi's target was actually Inspector Gregson.
What? Kazuma was here for Greg's. Poor man's in shock. So Judge Jigoku wasn't actually the mark.
Yes, that's exactly what it would mean.
Boy. I hold myself personally responsible for failing to keep the inspector safe.
Mr. Sholmes.
I told him of my fears and implored him to seek a transfer to an overseas position. Obviously, with the young pickpocket in tow. Yes, Gina. Oh, because Gregson probably wouldn't have left if it was only his own life at stake, but because Sholmes convinced him that Gino's life was in danger, then he was more okay. Come to think of it, Inspector Gregson did mention that to us at the Great Exhibition, that he'd be transferring to the Paris police and taking Gina with him. But without informing me, he engaged in one last assignment, it seems. Sholmes is a really good guy, and sadly, turned out to be his very last. This is too much to take in.
All right, everyone. That's enough of all that serious talk for one day. Isn't it early? I mean, look at the time.
Quite right, Iris. We must conclude our preparations for tomorrow. What preparations? He needs a shock blanket.
Well, I think I shall make my way back to my hotel room now. This has certainly been a night to remember.
Just before the verdict, do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. Oh my god, this mission? What the I mean, anyone at that point would assume it was just the study abroad program, but yeah, no, it was the exchange program he was talking about. Just wasn't a student exchange program, an assassin exchange program, because that's what you do. Okay.
Tis a little bit sad, though. I mean, I like the idea of you being my daddy. Because then, Sissy would have been my big sister.
You can still be sisters. I'm sorry, Iris. You can still be sisters.
I know, Iris. I was thinking quite the same thing.
Were you?
But if somebody like me would be worthy, I would be delighted to become your sister.
What? Really?
Oh yes, without question.
So, you'll teach me all the ways you know to throw Runo to the floor?
Yes, of course. It would be my pleasure.
Oh man. Too bad though, my not quite dad's dead, and also your bestie that you were mourning for a year is actually an assassin or something, and is kind of lying to you or deceiving you in court, and maybe you were the fall guy for this entire situation, but that's fine. Everything's fine. Everything is a-okay. It's all fine. You shouldn't have to agree quite so readily. Everything seems like it's falling into place, but it feels too comical. Here's the thing. It's like how in the beginning of, was it Case 4? Or the end of Case 4? Or beginning of Case 5? Something like that? It does sound... It feels like it's falling into place too easily. I'm pretty sure there's still gonna be a twist somewhere, because I'm still very convinced that Strongheart is behind this. And it is also weird that the sword fragment was there. I don't know, why did he use a sword when he had a gun? And Gregson was killed with a gun. It's weird. Things aren't quite falling into place exactly. I wonder if Kazuma's the fall guy, actually, for some other thing that's happening. Hey. Crack theory. You think this is what happened with the Professor case 10 years ago? 'Cause, like... exchange students coming in, very similar and a Japanese person took the fall for it. And Strongheart was also involved then. He would have been prosecuting if Fanzeeks didn't step up and, like, ask specifically to prosecute. Huh. Like, I don't know who would have been the assassin in that, though. Jigoku? Maybe? Because, like, Jigoku is very involved in this. Like, he knows what's going on, so maybe Jigoku? And then, Kazuma's dad was the fall guy, maybe? I don't know. It's a little weird. Mikotoba, I don't think so. All this seems pretty new to him, too. We'll see.
Oh, but wait a minute. If Susie's going to be my big sister, you could be my big brother if you want, Runo.
Huh? Oh, is this an excuse for you to... Is this an excuse for you to bully me more? I mean, yes, of course. If you'll have me, I'll gladly be your brother. Well done, Iris. We must always be mindful of feelings. I've raised you so well. They're all a family. No, not necessarily. Listen, I'm sorry. I'm too deep on this Ryunosuke and Kazuma ship for me to... I'm sorry. I'm so gone. Goodbye. I am trying so hard to, like, not gush about them. They are... anyway. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Mikoto was apparently... Yeah, he was busy being Watson instead of doing murder. And also, Susato has her friend, you know, the one who calls her gallant and dashing and way too many synonyms for attractive to not at least have a little bit of a crush. Huh? We all know who the great... I mean... Doesn't have to be direct descendant. Just saying. Boop, 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 boop. Anyway. Actually, if I remember correctly, that is actually the case, where it's like, it's not direct descendant necessarily, it's just related somehow. Anyway. Because being sensitive is your strong suit, naturally. Hey, what's up with Ryunosuke's, like, family? Are his parents worried about him? Von Karma? Oh, no, they did address the Von Karma thing, actually. Von Karma is not, like, related familially to them. But, Von Karma is, like, what was it? Someone in Kazuma's family? Yeah, it was, like, an extra dialogue when I was talking to Kazuma last time. Someone in Kazuma's family, their apprentice was, like, so, like, taken or something with, like, the name or something like that, that they adopted the Karuma sword name as their last name. So, an apprentice of one of Kazuma's, like, ancestors. So, yeah, remember me. That was her name, which is a crazy name. But yeah, ironic how many people forget about her. But yeah, says that he's his ancestor. Doesn't have to be direct ancestor. Like, I'm still related to my nieces and nephews. Kinda. I think it's also like a translation thing. I don't know. A bit weird. Also, surrogates are a thing. Listen, I'm just so deep in this strain. Shh. Let me just copium, okay? Let me just dissolve. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Right, I'm going to work extra hard for tomorrow now, because it's for my big brother and sister.
Oh. What is all this talk about preparing for tomorrow? Preparing what? Oh, when Susato was trying to pretend to be a guy so that she could be a defense lawyer, she employed a little bit too much toxic masculinity to really fit the mold, and the judge, like, called her out on it. So, in the case, it was very funny.
You'll just have to wait and see.
Oh. Yeah, she did do good. Good luck in court tomorrow. I'm expecting a sterling performance. I'll do my very best, of course. Susato was too manly to be a lawyer. Dang. So the overnight break in the trial's proceedings became a crucial turning point. Everyone in the courtroom went, "Whoa, respect ladies, please," to her. She was so gone. She was lost. Oh no. My mom on stream? No. Oh, exposing new truths to something conundrums. That list of 4 names on the telegram in Judge Jikoku's office. And the extraordinary assassination plot in which my best friend had somehow become involved. Lost in the sauce? Yeah, I am. Oh wait, no, she was. Sorry, I'm thinking of something else. Beside the point. I'm just drowning in copium, it's fine. Just... listen, steamships are such a big part of this game, you know? I'm just gonna move on so I don't gush too much. Felt as though I had been plunged into an even greater darkness all of a sudden. But at the same time, I felt sure I would see the light again soon. Aww. Because I was lucky enough to have the most wonderful family in the world standing steadfastly behind me. That's so cute! Oh, I love found family stuff! It's so good! Genuinely though, what about his parents? Are they worried that their son just kind of disappeared for a year? Anyway, it's fine. Adding clips from the streams to the VOD channel? So... I'll probably... blah blah blah. So like, what was it? I have an editor, she edits clips and stuff, so like, because there's a little bit more into the clips thing instead of just like, just uploading it. So. But we've got caught up and stuff, so little bit. The clips though, there is a clips channel on YouTube that I have made, so that's where they will live. He wrote to them when he... I mean, he is. Is he still a college student? Like, did his school accept that he changed majors or something? I mean, there's a lot of logistic stuff that's just like, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure they worked it all out. There are adults in the situation. I probably should stop, actually, very soon. I want to keep going, but also, like, it is getting kind of late-ish. Parents are high-fiving knowing their son became a lawyer in London. He'll be fine. As he writes letters about how, like... Also, how did they feel when he was accused of murder? Like... They weren't there for him. I'll keep going for a little bit. I really love this game. Ah! Stop that! It's the pitch, I think. It's just, like... I don't know. It doesn't, like, hurt, but it doesn't, like, hurt my brain, if that makes sense. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement to make. I'm thinking the quote in my head. Anyway. Maybe they wanted to be there? I don't know. They could have at least, like, showed up, like, outside of the court. Like, Iris and Sholmes were, like, hanging out outside for support. They're a better family to him than his own parents were. Oh, that Cosmo boy got our little... No, maybe they're like, oh, Ryunosuke's gotten into trouble again. Good thing Cosmo's there for him. Woo! Yeah, I prefer the wooden hammer. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization, illegally executing its own brand of justice. It's such a weird revelation. I never knew about it. Not at all. You can tell by my expression. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion. Actually, you know what? I do believe that Kazuma didn't actually kill him. Because Kazuma has avoided the truth. He's done, like, deception by omission, but anything he has directly stated is not a lie. So, he said he didn't kill anyone. I believe that. I am going to strongly believe that. It can't be Van Zieks. I don't think it's Kazuma. I really do believe it's Strongheart. I don't know if he directly did it or if he got someone else to, but like, I know it was him somehow.
Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings.
You're just not you without your freaking bird JPEGs. It's weird.
I didn't kill him. This wad of money and that guy's gun, on the other hand.
Ryunosuke. Oh no!
Councils, you will undertake this trial with the resolve to pursue the truth to the bitter end.
Resolve. Yes, that's my intention. It's also the name of the game. What happened to Father Christmas? Extended leave. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asogi permitted to continue in his role as prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Strongheart. Also, it was condoned by him, so... requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day.
Yeah, no, he's absolutely self-destructing, and stop throwing away your life for vengeance!
I want to go over there and shake him by the shoulders. I don't think I would succeed. The guy's built like a freaking tank. Why is everyone so buff? Everyone is so freaking buff. My noodle limbs could never. Kazuma. By the way, when I found out that, like, that's probably the reason why, like, you know when his armband slips? Because that was Kazuma's armband, and it just, his arm is skinnier. And I think that's really funny. And also kind of adorable. Because I think there are straps on it to, like, adjust it, and he just never changed it. So it's just, that's cute. Whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe.
Stop throwing your life away for this! Don't throw your life away for freaking Strongheart!
And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Don't do it, man. It's not worth it. Kazuma is bristling with hostility today. I mean, manual labor on a boat, but also he's a swordsman. He probably from that too. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Runo's limbs. Here's the thing. Ryunosuke, I believe, uses the bow. That, like, Japanese longbow, that's a very heavy draw weight if I remember correctly. So, like, he's actually probably also pretty built. I don't know. Everyone's just buff, apparently. Susato can flip, like, so many people. Everyone is buff. Every single person. And the only reason we can see that, like, Van Zieks and Kazuma are buff is because the prosecution uniforms are just... they have to be skin tight, I guess. Nobody stronger than Susato. Yeah, you're right. She'd kick all their asses. Maybe that's why they're all JoJo posing. It's because they're all actually JoJo characters. Susato's as strong as her. No! She can never live that down, huh? How often in the anime games do you see twins wielding bows? But in reality, when you wield a bow, you got them arm muscles and back muscles. Like, you have to. Built like a twunk. Van Zieks fights for his life on the streets all the time due to assassination attempts. You know what? Fair enough. Everyone's also an assassin or has been a target of assassination at some point. Clearly, everyone's just fighting for their lives. This is actually a shonen anime. Clearly. Just wait for the next episode of Dragon... Anyway.
Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us?
as an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. It's because he's gonna make Kazuma into the fall guy for all of his crimes. You freaking... Then have to be dense with muscles to wield himself. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Do I? Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barak van Zieks. Ooh. Love the music. Ah. One of your friend's aunts was the VA. Oh, that's really cool. Let's go. You know what? There is enough of that tension for it to be a shonen anime. You are absolutely right. You drawn a bow before? Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just... I mean, maybe it'd be like a lopsided muscle, but, you know, you do need to. Especially with, like, certain, like, types of war bows and stuff. Anyway, archery's cool.
I should too.
The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asogi, begin! Archery, what about perchery? Doesn't stringing a bow also take a lot of string? God, that was so hard for me to do. Yeah, because you have to be able to draw it to even string it. But you can also use your feet to help with that, actually. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last, then. We've reached the final battle. Finally. Well, don't use it to draw the bow, but like for stringing the bow, it helps. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get to the truth. He wants to get to a truth that he thinks is true, but like... Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Come on, Ryunosuke, it's time for that steely resolve. Because this is going to test it to the limit. Oh, there he is. Oh, that's really cool, but also... Ah! Witness, state your name and occupation for the court.
So, it was you who issued this, was it?
Your subpoena. I did what was necessary.
Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you'd take that tone with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked.
What is that beard? Awesome, is what it is. This guy's built like a Yakuza character, it's great.
My name is Seishiro Jigoku, Supreme Court Judge from the Empire of Japan.
I feel like if I gave Jigoku a hug, I think I would simply go crunch. Not like it would be intentional on his part. I think I would just... 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan. Just squeak like the sub like thing. As well as presiding over the Supreme Court, he is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs.
I'm of course fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles.
Yeah. I hope I see this judge break the witness stand with his hands again, because I really want to see that. That's something that has been like said, and I really want to see it. Squeak like a Japanese mouth. You're right. That's actually what the witness stand sounds like when it breaks.
I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Ah, it was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty.
Judge Jigoku, I must ask.
Well, I never Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places.
You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer.
Yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see.
What does a Chinese mouse sound like? I think it's like G, G. It's not like a G. I think it is.
You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium.
At least that's the sound my parents made whenever we talked about mice. But then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. But not flying, obviously. That would be impossible. Anyway.
Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase.
Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? No, he's called Ryunosuke, murderer like twice now. Mostly in jest.
Well, I was somewhat expecting this. I'm sorry to say. I decline to comment.
What?
Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify.
Unrelated, you say?
I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I've obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that.
So you would run from all this?
I beg your pardon.
This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? Ah, the murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right. And you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Oh, I can't trust that smile. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Let's see your evidence, then. What proof do you have that Sei Sou Jigoku is involved in this case?
Take that!
Is it not that? What on earth is that? Did I present the wrong thing? Again? No shot, because that proves that, like, Gregson was there in his room. Oh god. This piece of evidence is a welcome present to the courthouse, with the compliments of the defense. God. With this case, I thought it was if we're talking about the other case, it would be the telegram, you know? You have a poor grasp of British Court Etiquette Council. That's the extent of your resolve. You disappoint me, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Come on! Stand tall, Mr. Naruhodo, that was a minor blow. Having your best friend tell you he's disappointed in you really stings, though. But of course we have evidence that ties Judge Jigoku to this case. Evidence showing a few key Okay, fine. It's the previous case! That's the one from- Okay, fine, that too. Fine. Good. There's still plenty of fight in your eyes. Let's see your evidence, then. I thought it was like a, you know... Because, like, he was there! It shows that he was involved. Fine, it's this.
Take that!
This is a telegram, detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. Well, best friend, eyeball, partner. The communication contained 4 names. K. Asogi, A. Shin, T. Gregson, and J. Wilson. Oh, he's so mad. He's so mad. You little... Oh god, is he gonna break the witness stand?
he might break the witness stand.
Where did you get that?
In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jikoku.
What? How on earth did you?
What's this all about? Why is my name on that list? Wait, he doesn't know. Or, Maybe he's holding back his strength because he doesn't want to get, deported again for that. Or pay for the freaking thing again. This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asogi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. Man. Oh, this is not a great place for it, but I don't have any power left. I will be right back. Recalibrate my brain so that I can be ready to, like, accuse my own best friend of being a murderer, even though I know he didn't. Okay, this is fine, this is fine, this is fine. Everything is okay. Okay. I will be right back. And we'll see where this case takes us. Hello. Ooh. Fruity Pebbles, let's go. Alright. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
But her real name was Assassin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. Hey, I mean, have cereal at 10. Who cares?
Aisin and her victim, Jay Wilson.
And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan. Also, a visiting student. Kazuma Asogi. Man. It is not a smiley moment. Whose victim was the British police inspector, Tobias Gregson.
K. Asogi and T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other.
What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder. One that took place in Britain, and one in Japan. Were masterminded by a pair of they didn't mastermind it, but like, they were involved, yes. Were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassin exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? I'm so sorry. The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jikoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. No wonder his name is Judge Hell. Judge Jikoku, what's this all about? Oh. He didn't know. And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you'd accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jikoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. No, well, lie by omission is still kind of a lie, because the intent is deception. There's studies on this. Like, semantically, technically, no, you did not say a falsehood in that respect, but pragmatically, yes, you did. You know, misled us, and that constitutes lying. Because, like, if someone says something incorrect and they think it's the truth, is that lying? I don't think so. Personally. Lying is an intent. It's not, like, whether or not your words are actually true or not. Anyway, I'm actually him, so it's fine. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. You deliberately avoided saying a name. Yeah, I think that God, he still believes in him and he just doesn't want to believe that he'd lie like this. The defense claims these four names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. Sure, I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Who would ever come up with such a thing? Not I. Definitely not me. Especially not 10 years ago, anyway. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? If he knew that Strongheart is the other mastermind, he's just sitting there going, bitch, you're throwing me under the bus like that? Okay. His silence only goes to prove his guilt.
There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Grouse.
Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse would put you in contempt of court. There's no need for quite such a vicious stare, young man. Very well, then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. Throw him under the bus. Just get rid of Strongheart. Okay.
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st of October. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. Man. It's true that Kazuma Asogi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. What the What kind of study tour?
However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it, so clearly I can't be involved.
But you paid him off. You gave him so much money. So you admit it then. As this communication suggests, there really was an assassin exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan.
A political endeavor at the highest levels. Not something I can discuss here.
To use such a worthy practice as a foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard!
Appalling. Well, it's easy to judge.
Pardon?
Asogi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know.
What?
Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel?
But he died from a gunshot.
Kazuma-sama.
Judge Jikoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. Strongheart?
I'm not obliged to divulge that information.
As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case.
The crucial point is this. Your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship in Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it.
That's right. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Barak van Zieks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged.
To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such Machiavellian dealings. Who would have thought? Certainly not I. I have only the purest of intent.
Anyway, I'm sorry, this guy.
Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and high-ranking judge such as the witness could hope to execute.
Bitch.
Well, I seem to recall that it was someone on the British side who controlled everything.
Jikoku, spill the beans, spill the tea. You gotta. Come on.
Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson, which was part of the assassin exchange plot. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel?
Crystal. Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Please tell me that Ryunosuke suspects him already. 'Cause he's so sus. Okay, I will make this my last cross-examination for today. So, a year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then.
Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him.
Hey, you want to murder someone? I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I'd consider traveling to Britain on an assassin. I was kidding. What do you mean? You just went up to him and went, hey, you want to kill someone? Hey, how's it going?
Surely not.
I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then... Oh, the Assassination Scholarship Program? Yeah, the world-famous... It was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. That is not your only motivation, and I know that. So you agreed to it? for that. I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? Okay, side thing? Despite him being like, I had to get to Britain at all costs, I would even accept being an assassin and killing someone to make sure I get to Britain at all costs. And he was willing to throw that all away to defend Ryunosuke in the first case. He was willing to toss out all of that, and that's interesting. That's why I really don't want to believe that Ryunosuke was a fall guy, because, like, Kazuma was really willing to throw everything away for him, and I just... I'm in pain. Apply for Britain's lawyer study tour. See the sights. Practice law in real court. Murder some people on a hit list. Embrace the new culture. You know, typical university stuff. Right?
The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time. An agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship and understanding of murder. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart.
Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then?
Okay.
Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings.
Stop being so... Where's Father Christmas? I miss him.
I advise you not to make spurious allegations, Foreign Minister Jigoku.
Is that a threat? Wow. That is a threat. I feel... Are you trying... Am I allowed to throw him? I think I'd lose, but, like, I want to try.
As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord.
Yes, sass him. Do it.
Anyway, I picked Asogi and explained the details of the plan to him.
Sick, Susato, and the judge.
Hold it!
Yeetus, deletus, exactly, right into the Thames with him.
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin?
He was the most capable of all the applicants. And in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong.
Okay, we're gonna reel things back a little bit.
In fact, it was almost more than a desire, it was his whole purpose in life.
Yes, as his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain.
And of course, we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asogi.
There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Okay, now I'm worried again. You didn't make him the fall guy, right? Not after you risked it all?
Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asogi.
But why was Inspector Gregson the target?
I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them.
You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe.
Oh, do you?
Judge Jigoku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time.
The defense really ought to catch up.
With what?
With the fact that the assassin exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asogi.
Hold it!
We know what happened here. I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Kazuma's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship.
Word arrived at the ministry some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from our shores. The visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I'd placed on the ship to accompany the assassin.
Obviously, Kazuma didn't actually die at all. But he did lose his memory, including all details about his special mission.
Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point?
That wasn't possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asoki's replacement. And there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain.
Ah.
My hands were completely tied.
I also bet that he didn't really try very hard. I don't know, it sounds like he did this under duress.
So, Mr. Sholmes' strategy worked perfectly.
He predicted everything that would happen. Yeah, that's a good goddammit, Sholmes. He kept, he was trying to keep Gregson safe. Not that it succeeded in the end, but... Months later, my memory returned. But I'd never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway.
So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it?
I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than of taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain.
This line of questioning has gone on long enough.
No, it hasn't. I want more tea.
All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson, the victim's murder.
In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death.
And you have some means of substantiating this plea.
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Grouse, you mean?
Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger earlier in the year, I imagine. The liner operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door.
I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin.
At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner.
The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper. He was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said numerous times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. Oh man. But anyway, I stayed to talk with Inspector Gregson for a short while. And then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Was the guard still at the door when you went? Yes. He glared at me as I walked past. Wasn't there a drill? When did he have dinner? That's the question.
You see, that proves it.
Did he say when he had dinner?
Hold it!
I don't think a time has been specified yet. The crewman who was standing directly outside the cabin door, you mean?
That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now.
There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that.
But wait, what about the ship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired.
Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash.
Oh!
You will recall that my cabin was in the first-class area of the ship, which is also, of course, the quietest. don't imagine for a moment that it's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go.
I didn't mean...
But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jikoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole.
Oh, yes, you're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume.
They ate chicken again. Oh my god.
That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by Woodworm. No doubt he didn't find an actual bullet.
Uh-huh. That's the hole in this argument.
Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot, and would never have made it to Britain in the first place.
Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth.
I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord.
They're colluding! I know Kazuma's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock.
It's unforgivable! Using Kazuma-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan.
But I think Kazuma manipulated Judge Jikoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Honestly, good for him. Listen, I respect that. I respect the hustle.
Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Kazuma-sama's part.
One way or another, though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship.
So you mean...
Judge Jikoku must be lying.
I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment, but you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, done and done. I will do that for you. Okay. I think it's this one. Right, time to grab another assassination plot. Murder! Okay. Yeah, not at all times.
Objection!
There we go. It was either this one or the next one. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jikoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I have here a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st.
Where did you get that?
Gotta at least rip it to shreds if you want to, like, destroy the evidence, man. It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember.
Herlock Sholmes again.
According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. and for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Grouse were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts! And during that 20-minute interval, of course, Kazuma's like, he really doesn't know what's happening, huh? Any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jikoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Oh hey, so we're accusing him of the murder instead. A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false, well, your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Yeah, every single person is like quietly going, Sholmes again. Oh, Sholmes. God damn it, Sholmes. Anyway, very true. Well, counsel. They did take the bullet, but now can I present the watch thing? Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jikoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. because the defense has the evidence to prove it. Stupid. Oh my god. Down. Don't make me get the spray bottle. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st of October? Well, I mean, it would be this.
Take that!
Now can I do this? Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch?
A pocket watch?
And if you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. The more he slams the gavel, the more the unicorn becomes a horse. Oh man.
It can't be. I thought we cleaned up all the evidence.
Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill in the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku.
Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young...
Stop calling him that.
young murderer?
Objection!
Alrighty. Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way.
I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year.
Ah, sorry.
If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world of your ridiculous bombast.
That's kinda harsh, but okay.
I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you've stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st of October. Of course. As a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice.
You certainly are.
I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ipponsei throw, though. He couldn't wait to run away after that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed, having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Ipponsei. A common jujutsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take.
So, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watch was broken in the witness's cabin in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Yeah, it just shows that he was there.
I've no doubt the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger.
Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Oh yeah, obviously the freezer. Like, that's why the watch piece was in the trunk. He was stuffed into the trunk, obviously.
Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord.
But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku will be deemed to have had no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on a cross-examination.
That's because you're biased.
Yeah, it's why he said that there was a freezer on board, because there was ice on board. The ice also was made to mention, like, it hadn't melted yet because Jigoku was there. It was a twofold thing. Sholmes is, like, ahead of everything. We trust Sholmes. Even when he lies, I guess. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, I mean, they would have had to have a big freezer.
Anyway, I think
That is where I call it for today.
on the other hand, wait. I'm just gonna look at my evidence really quickly just to see if there's anything that I think would be used here. Because we've used all three of these now. Humj. Huh. Hey guys, look at this group picture. Gregson's right there! Ah! No! Gregson was here the whole time! Oh my god! Oh no. That'll come up at some point. I don't think it's the pertinent one here. Oh, but that sucks. That's Anyway, I think that's where I call it for today. This is fine. Memories to look back on. Look, there's me. There's Ryunosuke. There's Susato. There's her dad, and then there's Jigoku, and then there's Gregson, and what a wonderful way to end this. I'll be back on Monday. Man. I'm gonna throw you guys at Rin again. I miss Gregson. I miss Inspector Siegel. Ending stream with depression. I really held it as long as I could because I really, really want to finish this case, but I know for a fact there's gonna be like 5 hours left. I know for a fact that's gonna be the case. But yeah, emotional damage, the case, Kazuma, come on, man. Alright, I thank you guys for hanging out. I will be back on Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. 4 p.m. Pacific, and 6 p.m. Central. Yeah, I didn't think we were close. I did not think so at all. You know? Like, yeah. Oh, man. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do like these 5-hour streams every single time. Like I am feeling it now. I'm probably gonna go back to doing 3 hours just to keep myself from like expiring. So, but yeah, I will be back on Monday. And yeah. Thanks for hanging out and watching my screaming. So close to the end? I don't believe that. We ain't close. You know it's not the case. Anyway. Because Gregson wasn't the case. Anyway, but yeah, take care, have a great weekend, and yeah. Oh yeah, that's the last chapter, but this chapter's gonna be long, and you know it. Alrighty, bye-bye!